Yes. How is everybody doing today? I hope everybody is having a good Sunday out there in the Twitch. It is Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday. Okay. I have those moments way too often, just in life. Thankfully, a lot of the time I don't actually have to know the answer to that question, so I guess I'm probably doing okay. That's probably indicative of winning on some level, not having to know. I think that was one of my earliest goals when I realized how much I loathed the world in general. I was like, one day I won't have to know what day of the week it is. And at least for the moment, I don't. I'm gonna go ahead and celebrate that. I mean, I kinda do. A little bit I do. But not terribly. That said, it is, in fact, Sunday, and God knows, I hope everyone is having a good one, having a productive one. That's what I've been doing. I've had a pretty productive day. Lore friendly. Behold, thy Lord and Savior has returned from the shadows. Oh, this guy's really still the face on the camera. Yeah, why? Aren't we on, like, Season 2? Isn't it time for a cast swap? Oh my god, I gotta shave. Oh, I'm getting shaggy. Look at this. This is terrible. Ugh. I did the beard thing for a while. I had, like, I think when I started streaming, I actually had more of a beard than this. But it's been for a while now, and now I get to a point where same thing with my I need to cut my hair in general. Spend enough time at home and you just you forget. You're like, oh yeah, it helps to not look like a total schlub every now and then. Roland, welcome in, my friend. Been waging unceasing chemical warfare upon fruit flies. Oh my god, everybody's having problems. Well, not everybody. A lot of people are having problems with them right now, which makes me feel a little less like a creep. You know, nobody wants to be the one guy in the group of friends who's like, does anybody else just have a cloud of flies buzzing around them all the time? No, just me? Awesome. So I'm the pig pen of our group. Fantastic, lore friendly. Thank you so much for that resub. 14 months of subscribing, 14 months of watching me muddle my way through paint project after paint project. I hope it's been worth it, and I hope it continues to be so. Lore friendly, what are you up to today, man? Roland, how are those Eridani Light Horse coming? Data nerd. Shouldn't you be studying? This is my judgmental look. Do you like it? I learned it from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I'm like, it's like 1/100th of his ability, if that. Yeah, they're frustrating. It's frustrating how much I find myself talking about flies with people lately too. Nobody even wants that to be the topic of conversation. What do you want to talk about today, guys? Flies and how they buzz around me and piss me off. This is not indicative of being at the top of one's game. You know? When they list, like, you know, you open up Forbes as you do. As I'm sure we all do. You know, checking on the Fortune 500, and they're like, you know, habits of the most successful men on the planet. Interview with Jeff Bezos. What are your usual topics of conversation? And he's like, this goddamn fly's buzzing around my living room. I don't think that's the case. Roland redeeming this just in. For an extra slot on the Storm Report tonight, you will find that everybody can redeem this just in twice now. And just as a reminder, to those of you who might not be totally familiar with our new system for the Storm Report, we are limited to one free photo per viewer who would like to get in there and post your art for us to have a look at the end of the stream, for us to give you a little bit of critique, for us to give you a little bit of advice, or for us just to marvel at something that you're proud of. And then for 10,000 points, you can redeem extra slots using the This Just In channel point redemption if you want to post up to 3 images. How you doing, Romeo Void? It's good to see you, man. Spent a pretty penny today. Now own a bike for the first time since I was 10, so looking forward to riding that as my a bike, like a bicycle. For whatever reason, I saw bike and I thought motorcycle. I don't know why. I don't know why that's my assumption. I don't ride motorcycles. I don't even like motorcycles. I drive like an old woman. Like a... No, that's not true. Old people drive like shit. Who am I kidding? I drive like a... I just drive very carefully. I drive very defensively. Anybody who's been on the road with me knows this. I get like irritated at motorcycle riders. I see them like riding ahead of me, and I just think every single time, like, you moron. This is so incredibly dangerous. And you know what? You know what? If you fall off that bike and I hit you, I'm the one who's gonna have to live with knowing that this happened. This is gonna be your fault, Mr. Smeared on the Pavement. That's my idealistic look on the world. Obviously, I'm a lot of fun to drive with. I talk about things like speed limits, braking distances, seatbelt tolerances, really interesting stuff. Really, really interesting stuff. Yeah, it's kind of, it's... What's funny is, I definitely have road rage, Anrix Moon, but it's the most, like, contained, safety-conscious road rage ever. I get pissed at people for, like, why didn't you use your blinker? I know you're the only person around here, why didn't you use your blinker? Use your blinker no matter what! You need to signal your turn, signal your lane change, I don't care if nobody's there to look, you do it anyway. What's wrong with you fucking people? Passing on the right? Oh my god. Oh my god. We're gonna have problems. Hybrid co-op CTY from REI. Definitely not the finest, most optimized, whatever. Who needs it? Who needs it? But it'll go on road and gravel, so that's plenty for me. Lore friendly. I'm excited for you, man. I need to start getting out there more and doing. I was getting into hiking regularly before the pandemic hit. I say that like the pandemic has prevented me from hiking. As I say it out loud, I understand how stupid that sounds, because it's like going outside. It definitely, though, you know, that was a big hit to all of our routines to a certain degree, and it kind of knocked hiking off the list of priorities. But we're looking to get that going again. Looking to get a once-a-week hike in. I live so close to so many good areas, and around here we don't have too much problem with running into people on trails, which is pretty nice. You've blecked all the surfaces. Oh my god. Yeah, I was just having, again, like, you know, I'm talking about flies, just having this conversation a moment ago about, like, I don't understand where it is they're breeding. They must be breeding outside and then just coming in through the doors and cracks when they get the chance. They're definitely not breeding inside. I don't know where it could be happening. It's not like we leave animal carcasses around the house or anything. Like, it's so frustrating. Oh my god. And we got a mouse problem over in the other house right now. It is just like... It's like they all know winter is coming. And they're getting in their last hurrah. The weather has started to shift. The nights are colder now, which is really quite nice. Yeah, just mountain lions. That's the only thing. How you doing, Edifo? It's good to see you, man. Walking in the stream and the first thing I hear is Smeared on the Pavement. It could have been worse, T-Square. It could have been so much worse. You count yourself lucky. How you doing, T-Square? And thank you to everybody who joined me last night. We did a little, not quite impromptu, movie night. Not really a movie night. We were watching episodes of Doom Patrol. We've gotten through 8 of them now. I want to say we've got like 2 more watch sessions and we'll be through Season 1. And we're also going to be doing our monthly movie night at the end of this month on, let me check the day that we're doing that on. Well, I guess the 30th. I guess the 30th is the last Saturday of the month, because Sunday is the 31st. So anybody who doesn't have anything going on the 30th and wants to hang out and watch some Halloween-themed movies, some autumn, some fall-themed movies, though mostly Halloween, if we're going to be honest, definitely pop into the Discord. I'm going to be putting up a poll. If not tonight, then tomorrow night. I've got my list drawn up for what we're going to be watching on that night. We usually put up about like 6 to 8 movies and vote it down to 2. I'm still open to suggestions if you'd like to get some in, because I've got 5 and I want to add at least 1 more. I could potentially add up to 3 more. I just like to let everyone know that if you don't all vote for Trick or Treat, I'm just gonna make you watch it anyway. because Trick or Treat's a fucking amazing movie. Like, I really, really like Trick or Treat. It's like a Halloween anthology, all surrounding like a little central story, and it's just so much fun. So much fun. It's one of my go-to Halloween films at this point. And no, we're not watching Halloween. Everyone always suggests we watch Halloween. We're not going to do it. Trying to get into better exercise habits. In college and grad school, walk basically everywhere. Going into the workforce now, a sit-down job. Yeah, that's the sedentary nature of so many jobs is really a challenge for that. And you know, you tire yourself out sitting at a desk. You tire yourself out like mentally and emotionally. And then it's like, oh, now it's time for physical exertion. I don't wanna at all. Went for a walk to the town center for a crafts fair. Ooh, that sounds nice. You like it, Data Nerd. It's a lot of fun. You know that funny little sack boy that we got posted in the... Oh, I should mention, and I'll probably mention again a little bit later, once more people have rolled in. We're going to be doing, those of you who were here for the paint-along that we did with Stilo Rebel last month, had a really good time with that. We painted up, I'll pull it up once we go to the other camera, that Judge Dredd bust, which was, that was a damn good time. That was a lot of fun, and we talked about it since then. We agreed we'd like to do that again. We'd like to have a little bit more community involvement, so we're going to be trying something a little new for the next one. It's going to be probably in the first week of November, so not like on Halloween necessarily. But we are doing a new thing we're calling the Supercell, which is basically kind of like a community paint-along. And if you'd like to participate and you have a 3D printer, it's going to be really easy to do. If you don't have a 3D printer, we've been talking about, like, maybe, depending on how popular it is, if people really enjoy doing it, we'll try to line somebody up who has a 3D printer to provide some of these models. But the idea is we're going to put up a series of models. In fact, we already have. You can get more information on this on the Discord if you go into the Supercell channel. We're putting up a series of free models online, which you can vote on which one you would like to see painted or paint along with us. And then we are going to print our copies of it. You can print your copies of it. Stilo Rebel and I are going to do another dual stream where we sit and we talk and we paint the same figure. You guys can go ahead and paint right along, and then about 1 week later, giving us some time to actually finish up the model and giving you some time to finish up the model, we're going to have a special Supercell Storm Report, which is going to be people sharing their progress all on the same model. I think that it's going to be... I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be educational. It's helpful when you... because it's hard to judge. It's difficult to judge painting, particularly when it's yours. And it can really help to have that common reference point, that sort of... that anchor, you know? You know what the model looks like, you know what it looked like when you held it, when you printed it, when you primed it, when you painted it, so when you see other people's work next to yours, you can kind of put everything in order a little bit more and see what techniques they really used, see what worked, see what didn't work, see how multiple people painted the same face, etc., etc. So we're going to be doing that, and if you'd like to participate, if you would like to paint along and share, or just paint along, you don't have to share at the end of it if you don't want to. Go ahead and jump into the Supercell channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord and get involved. We've got voting going right now. We've got a discussion thread going. If you give the little emoji to the pinned post in that channel, you will get notifications when we put out more information on it. And we'll nail down what we're voting on. Once we get a few more submissions, we will get it figured out, and then, yeah, I'm thinking we're probably going to have that actual stream in the first week of November, and if it goes well, because I really like the idea of it, I know that Stila and I had a good time on the last one, I'd like to do it with more streamers, I'd like to do it with more painters. I have talked to Zombie Brush Studios, I have talked to Dr. Rhino, I've talked to a few others who are interested in doing this along with me. We could make it a monthly thing, I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. One step at a time. Lore Friendly, thank you so much for stopping in, man. You have a good night. It sounds a lot like the theme from Beverly Hills Cop. It's not. That goes differently, but it sounds a lot like it. Finish my coffee and we'll go ahead and get started painting. We are working tonight. I'll show you the mostly finished Sanguinius that we've been working on previous Sundays. He has like 1 or 2 details left to do. I don't really feel like doing them tonight, so I'm going to leave it for now. But we have a... Where did I put the model I'm painting to? Oh, there it is. We have a Theist Priest figure from Parabellum Wargames for Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. If you were on our last stream, you would have seen me assemble and base this fellow. Shortly after the stream, I got him primed, and I started putting down a few oil paints just to see how they went down. Made some good progress. I'm going to be laying into him, trying to imitate the box art on the little box that he came in today. We'll see how successful we are at that. Yeah, Zombie Brush. How you doing? First of all, could we please get a shout out for Zombie Brush Studios, an incredibly talented painter. Like, really, really good. One of my favorite painters here on Twitch, and someone you should be following if you're not already. But I sent Zombie Brush the files for the finished Trenchfoot mech. And I was wondering how that went for you, because the idea was just to throw files at somebody and be like, print this and assemble it with no instructions, let me know how it went. The fact that he's saying it came out fantastic is inspiring. Speaking of which, I got my final version of the Trenchfoot printed out. I have the parts on the table here in front of me. I'm going to be looking to paint this guy on stream on Tuesday, so we're going to be doing a little bit of Battletech painting. You like the rockets? I was pretty happy with those. I've been moving into more organic shapes and less hard surface stuff with my 3D sculpting lately. And those were an interesting time. I just did a bunch more of that earlier today. I've got some banners printing up on my Mars 2 right now. And I'm doing a new set of Battletech hills with new textures. I'll show you guys the one that got finished last time. It didn't come out exactly how I wanted. I did a new version of it. That's what's on my printer tonight. I'll probably throw a little paint on this just to see how it comes out, but this is going to be the new style of hill. Why would Zombie Brush? You don't have to do that. You don't have to magnetize it. Come on, man, you're killing me. Just nobody let Metalcore Collectibles see this. They'll never let me live it down. Oh, man. He is indeed a bit of a madman. Why don't we go ahead and get started for tonight? Oh, that's backwards. Well, the first one, I need to change the texture around a little bit. The improvements aren't super obvious, given that it's in black PLA. I know that, like, I show things off on camera a lot, so I should use something other than black PLA to print in, which you can barely see. But I print in black because, well, first of all, when you paint it, if you miss a spot on the underside, it just becomes a shadow and you never see it. And secondly, because I am so active with all my 3D prints that if you damage the paint job on it, these ones are hexed. Roland. Hexless Hills, man. Hexless Hills. So damn difficult. But, I mean, they're not difficult to make. They're difficult to play on in a reasonable way. Because as soon as you introduce an actual slope to a hill, now you've got metal models tumbling onto their back, and I don't know. I've never come up with a system for that I really like. Now, the texturing on this is just very different. It's a little finer than I ended up wanting. I've got another one on the printer right now that's going to be slightly different. You'd be able to see it better if I got some paint on here. But one of the other reasons that I do it in black is if you damage your PLA, if you chip the paint or something, you just have a little black mark instead of like a bright neon green mark or whatever crazy color it is that you're printing in. So yeah, those are bitty busy prototyping. I've got the new version of my Conquest hero bases going right now. These are the B details, and I can kind of show you how this fits together. Because I got it just so you would have seen the other base that I was working on before, which I'm actually going to scrap this one and do another one. I did a little bad hand painting on the side. It's fairly rough, but you can kind of see the wood texture that I put into the signposts there, and the two little nails. I'm pretty happy with how this came out, but the idea is that this piece prints just by itself. This is the standard tray with little connections for the retinue upgrades, and then obviously that's where the hero base magnetizes into. So we've got two versions of this. We have the one that our Theist Priest is standing on, which are like some stacked stones and like a little handcart wheel that's been broken, kind of leaning against it. Put some paint on that today, probably. And that goes along with this road sign. Now the idea is that you can print just multiples of these, and then whichever detail you want, and you can go ahead and pin this, paint it separately, and then just slot it right down in. Now these are not magnetized. This is the one part of the base that isn't magnetized. This is designed to actually be permanently affixed in place once you've got it looking the way that you want it to. But this also allows there to be alternatives, like for instance there is this base, which is more of a stone road sign. You can see there's some stone texturing on there. I've got the final version of this on right now printing. There's lettering on it that you can barely see. I made those letters a little bit bigger for the next version. So there's this, which your character would stand on, and then the alternate detail, which slots into the exact same spot on the base. It's the base of that, so it looks like it got knocked over at some point. So, you know, one base, or one tray, rather, with multiple cosmetic options is the goal of this. I think it came out pretty decently. I actually have different versions of this on the printer now, because I wanted to change a few things. Like I said, enhancing the lettering, because you can barely tell it says anything at this point. And while the lettering is supposed to be worn down, it's not supposed to be invisible. And then I did like a little funny sun and moon thing on it. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I looked up a bunch of like old weathered stone road signs and road markers left over from olden days in like England and just sort of copied some of the details from them. Alright, get these out of here. From the olden days. The Pasto times. I'll go ahead and get my oil palette ready to go. Hey, good to see you, White Wolf. Looks like you got that extra redemption in there, man. Good to see that is actually working this time. It should be limited to 2 people per stream this time, instead of the last time when I screwed it up and it was just limited to 2 total. Sorry about that. Tension that up a bit, and good to go. Before I get into the oils tonight, I did want to try one quick bit of dry brushing using some of this US art supply, some of the most expensive, nicest, generally available shitty acrylic craft tube paint that's not expensive at all, that you can find in the ever classic Hooker's Green, which that doesn't go on my oil palette. God, don't do that. I'm just gonna drop this on my porcelain tile here. I just want to test dry brushing on these Battletech trees that I printed from Vergaderung real quick. I want to see how well this goes so I can plan the rest of the bunch. Putting together a whole new set of trees and rivers at the moment. Rivers are out in the shop. Primed them last night. Just finished a game of Battletech today. How you doing today, Ghost? How did the game go? Who was it with? What'd you play? I'm so glad people are actually playing games again. Sometimes it's hard to remember we used to do that. This is not going to be the most visible dry brush job because I'm doing a dark green over black, but this will be a multi-level, probably 2 to 3 colors total. I don't want to complicate this too much or do like lots of complex colors in the trees or anything. We're going simple green. Something like this when I'm dry brushing, all I'm doing is making sure that the downstroke is the only one I'm applying pressure on. And that just keeps all my colors on the upper surfaces. It's incredibly simple, but so useful. Pitched battle of points for cripple and kill. Wound up barely winning 4-3. Those close games are always the best, aren't they? I like winning close games. I like losing close games. They feel like I actually had impact. My least favorite tabletop game sessions are the ones where somebody just completely stomps the other person. It doesn't even feel good to be on the winning side of those games most times. Unless it's somebody that you, like, have a history with and you really want to rub it in their face. That'll happen sometimes, too, but usually it's not the most fun. So I don't want to introduce any extra crazy colors or saturate this much. I'm just going to take a little bit of white without cleaning this out too much and just take a dab of white. Give me another slightly lighter version of my initial color. That's pretty easy, huh? We got ourselves a happy little tree. Hey, how you doing, Valfera? Yeah, right? Trees are like people, too. They need friends. It was not intentional. Oh my god. Anybody watching the Creepshow series on Shudder? Because they just released the new season, and one of the episodes is like, it's a public access station. And there's a Bob Ross alike. Like, it's clearly Bob Ross. His name is just like Robert something else. Clearly Bob Ross. He's doing all the Bob Ross things and everything. And then on another set at the public access station, I guess it's not public access station, it's like public broadcasting. Or you know, more like PBS. In one of the other studios, they're recording like an Antiques Roadshow type deal, and Ted Raimi is on, and I think it's set in like the late 80s, early 90s. But Ted Raimi is on as Ted Raimi, and he shows up to get them to appraise a book in odd binding that he found in his old family cabin, and it's just the Necronomicon. And the appraiser, like, is all oogling over it. He's like, oh, this is unusual leather, oh, how strange, and he opens it up, and he's like, oh, well, it's a good thing I speak a little bit of ancient Sumerian, and he starts reading the text from the Necronomicon, you know? Which, of course, naturally leads to Ted Raimi becoming a Deadite. What else would happen? Which I thought was funny as hell, because it's Ted Raimi playing Ted Raimi being a Deadite, which is fucking magnificent. But then, like the Deadite goes around and is just, like, slaying everybody in the public access station until they get to Bob Ross. And then Bob Ross just fucks him up. Bob Ross becomes the action hero, completely taking down the evil undead. The Evil Dead, if you will. Which you should, because that is the name of the series. I thought it was pretty funny. The whole Creepshow series is pretty amusing. So, this seems like a fairly quick and effective way to do these. Gonna have to do some more trees just like this. I just wanted to test it out real quick. Test my cheapo US art supply colors to make sure I didn't want to do anything else crazy with these, but that is a decent looking and quick tree. Hey, Rockin' Robin, how you doing? I was talking about an episode of the Creepshow series where Bob Ross, Robert Boss, where Bob Ross kills a bunch of Deadites and in fact kills Ted Raimi. It's an amusing episode. I like to think that Bob would be amused by it. All right. Just try the other two tree styles real quick, since we know this won't take long. The Creepshow series is pretty watchable, all things considered. I've always liked Creepshow, though. I like the movies, which are really, they're just anthology stories like Tales from the Crypt style. And then the new series that they're doing on Shudder is the same thing. It's like your Twilight Zone, Tales from the Crypt, short horror stories. Season 1 was okay, kind of weirdly low I mean, there's all low budge, of course. And a couple stories that were pretty silly. The latest season is notably and significantly better. Now, this green is simple and works. Maybe I will do one or two more complex color combos just to add some diversity in these. Because I'm realizing if I do all of them exactly the same way, they're going to wind up looking pretty boring. These are FDM, Valfera. These are all FDM. I think people underestimate how smooth you can get FDM if you do two things. In the design phase, you remember that you're working with FDM and you make your details chunky and deep enough. And then in the prep phase, you filler coat the bejesus out of it. I hear people complaining about layer lines in FDM, and I just think, you know, if you thought about that when you first started, you'd have deep, chunky details with enough space between them that you could just filler primer it to the point where you don't have any layer lines at all. I heard someone say, it was like in a thread I read earlier, someone wrote something to the effect of, like, I prefer doing things in resin because it's more robust. What? What? There are very, very, yeah, robust? Like, that, I can think of many, many words that I would use to compare and contrast PLA and most resins. And yeah, there are some resins out there that are pretty tough. There absolutely are. But not a single damn one of them is as robust as even basic PLA. The thought is insane. I'm like, what is this person smoking? Robust? No, it is infinitely more brittle than even basic PLA. PLA is remarkably strong if the person designing the file knows what they're doing and uses the right shapes. It can be incredibly brittle if you, like, you know, print a cylinder vertically. Yeah, it's just gonna snap. But that's just because the designer didn't know what he was doing, not because the material was bad. Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of designers don't really give a shit, and so people get a funny idea of the strength of the material. I mean, that's why I do all my terrain design. Everybody loves their resin printers now. I do all my terrain design in FDM, and I will continue to do in FDM for PLA, because it's fucking tough, and I'm tough on terrain. I don't like delicate terrain. I've owned plenty of delicate terrain in my life, but I'm hard on it, and I break it, so now I do it all in PLA, so I can be hard on it and not worry about it. Paint it up and throw it in a damn bin. I don't believe so, White Wolf. Yeah, just as long as the mods know. Yeah, Painted Ogre and Ghost, I'm the same way, like... And the other thing is that PLA, when you print a big thing, like, okay, resin could be more robust if you solid printed an entire piece of terrain. It would also be wildly expensive, incredibly hard on your machine, and require a fairly massive format expensive printer compared to the size of terrain that you can make on like an Ender 3 out of PLA that is going to be significantly lighter and stronger. I don't know. I you know, 3D printing is a new-ish hobby that a lot of people are getting into, and with any hobby like this, people get a lot of funny ideas. They get a lot of funny ideas, and weird fads go around. Weird fashions, weird trends. It was a while ago when people were talking about, like, oh, you should sand your glass build plate. No, don't sand your glass build plate, for the love of God. People out there saying, oh, resin printers, they're like, take some PTFE lubricant and spray it on your FEP. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't contaminate your resin with PTFE lubricant. That is a terrible idea. Shuken Tekina Uso knows exactly what I'm talking about. And that's why you just follow. Thank you so much for the follow, Shekino. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you very much for the reminder for both of those things. Really do appreciate it, because I need to go grab myself something to drink. So let me finish this step real quick, and I'll go do that. Speaking of designers who know what they're doing, I'm going to point out a few things. This is a design from Vergaderung, who is a smart man. You'll note his use of triangles. 1, 2, 3 connections to the base, coming up into 1, 2, 3 areas that are all linked together at a central point, creating a remarkably strong structure. Like, I'd have to really, really try to break this off the base, as opposed to a lot of the free trees I've seen on Thingiverse that are like a single or two independently standing trees on a base, which you could just snap right apart by tugging on them the way I am at the top of these. But these are good and solid. Like, these are fucking durable. Same goes for this. This is one solid piece that... My only concern with this, I wish maybe he had softened it a little bit on the top, because I'll stab myself to death on these trees at some point. Coco loves her 3D printer. 3D printers, man. 3D printers are the business. It is completely and fundamentally changed the texture of a hobby that I've been engaging in since I was pretty young. It has almost taken it over. So much of what I do now is 3D printing. What kind of 3D printer do you have, Shukan? ridiculously obsessed with her 3D printer, understandably so. Alright, one last quick round on these guys, and then I'm going to go grab myself something to drink. That actually looks pretty good. For as easy as that was to do, this is just Hooker green and a little bit of white out of some US Art Supply tubes. That's all I did there. And a makeup brush. It's not the most realistic looking tree in the world, but I'll tell you, for as easy as it was to print, and as easy as it was to just throw down a quick little dry brush, this will do me just fine. It's a hell of a lot more durable than my old Chinese-bought N-scale trees. Looks a little Christmassy, admittedly. Maybe I'll work... You know what I'll do next time? Is maybe work in some browns on the first level of dry brush. Give it a little bit more interest. A little bit of an autumn look, you know? Any consolation to having stabbed yourself with a tree? I stabbed myself backflowing an airbrush last... Oh, yikes! Just a needle right into the fingertip, huh? It's not a good time for anybody. This is mostly white, just giving a few highlights in here. That, and as far as the superiority for certain things of PLA over resin, handling and preparation, man, I don't have to do shit to prep these. This, honestly, like, this came off the printer, I filler primed it, I threw down a little bit more airbrush primer, and now I'm painting it. Like, that's it. That's the whole thing. I didn't have to cure it, I didn't have to do a bunch of support separation, I didn't have to handle any chemicals, the supplies were cheaper, and I'm going to be able to take this and just toss it into a bin when I'm done with it, let it sit for months and months, pull it out and use it again, and it'll be just fine. Damn, I love my 3D printers. How about that, though? It took, what, 20, 30 minutes to do? All of those? And you could do it faster. I'll have a whole forest done up in no time. Hey, what's up, Toar? Time stop, it's good to see you, Lunchbox. Oh, we got the people coming in now. Wish I had my Ender 3 right now. Moved to a new apartment a few months ago. Just didn't find the time/space to bring it along. Ooh. Oh, that's tragic. Valfera, I have to recommend to people, if you're curious about getting a 3D printer right now, specifically an FDM 3D printer like the Ender 3. Fuck the Ender 3 at this point. I've got the Neptune 2 now, the Elegoo Neptune 2. It's cheaper and it's better as far as I can tell. It has pretty much all the same features, if not more, than the Ender 3 V2 at the same size. It was the exact same level of difficulty to build, and it cost $160. It's like almost freaking nothing. Coco, Addy. Oh, this is the famous Coco. How you doing, Coco? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hear you're printing yourself a Necron army, eh? We do a little bit of 3D printing around here. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, so we did these three, and this is probably how I'm going to do up most of the rest of them. Maybe mix in a few autumn colors in there to keep it interesting. And then we're going to be dry brushing up, because he also has the crystal forests, and then the alien-like mushroom forests, which will be interesting to do. These files from Vergaderung are damn nice. And again, cleverly engineered and durable. I love it. Alright, let's set these aside. Give my dry brush a little bit of a rinse. Have I homaged Bob Ross enough today? Should I tell you to beat the devil out of it? Oh yeah, they use that line in the Creep Show episode 2, and it's hilarious when he goes after the Ted Raimi Deadite. She's like, "What are you gonna do?" The lady who's with him, he's like, "I'm gonna beat the devil out of him." That's funny. That's funny as hell. Welcome in, Sam Mini. It's good to see you. How are those Necrons going for you, Coco? And I'm curious, which files are you using? There are a lot of options out there for 40k. Have to clean up stringing on my print of those trees. Time stop. The best recommendation I could give you, get yourself a brass wire brush. You can use the same type that people recommend for sort of cleaning off the nozzle on your FDM printer. But get a brass wire brush and just all over the outer surface of it. You can be fairly rough with them. And that will usually take off the vast majority of the stringing. Alright. Brush clean. Folks, bear with me for 1 second. Went with whatever looked nice. I like the cut of your jib, Coco. Nice and casual. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a beer, and we'll get going again. Thank you so much for that shout out, by the way, guys. Sam Mini is a fucking amazing painter. And I realize with as many people as I tell you, as I encourage you, I don't tell you to do anything, ultimately. I don't like to think that I do. As many painters as I suggest you follow on here if you're interested in painting. Sam Mini's really good. There are a lot of people out here that are like me, where I'm painting game pieces and occasionally I'm pushing the envelope to do something a little bit more artistic. I might as well show off my Sanguinius while I'm mentioning it, because I think, I don't know, like we all pick the things that we're proud of. This might be my best paint job in at least a couple of years. I'm really quite happy with how this came out. But the point in mentioning this is there are painters like me who do lots and lots of game pieces and use quick techniques for the most part, and then occasionally will push the envelope to do something like this. And this is what Sam Mini does all the time. Sam Mini is one of those painters who's just on a level that you go watch and pay attention, because there's a lot that I can learn from watching this guy paint. Sam Mini, welcome in. And yeah, I agree. This is a model that I wanted to push the envelope on, and I think it was mostly successful. Again, he has a couple of small details left to do, and I need to actually attach him to a base. But like, I'm happy with how the cat pelt came out. A little bit of freehand patterning on there. A little angry cat face on his shoulder. Meow. Probably not angry. It's dead, which is fairly morbid, really. But learned a lot doing this one. Learned a whole lot doing this one. Okay. I'm gonna grab a beer real quick, folks. I'll be right back. See you in a second. Okie dokie. Alright. Dry brush is mostly cleaned out. Gotta remember to clean up my wet palette after this today. I was using it the other day. I have a bad habit, particularly now that I've been doing more oil painting and using my oil palette more and more. I have ruined 2 of my wet palette sponges by forgetting that I had wetted my palette and leaving it in there until it started to mold, and I feel so bad about that. Prior to starting oil painting, that never happened to me. I had 3 sponges that lasted me like a year And I've gone through as many in just the last few months, because I just leave it there. And then it gets gross, and that's no good. Valfera. And, of course, Shukan, thank you for the reminder. You're right, I do need to be less sober. Alright, and I cannot recommend enough, by the way, guys. I know that I use dry brushing a fair amount. There are a number of simple tips you can use to greatly increase the quality of your dry brushing, in my opinion. One of them is get yourself just a piece of porcelain. This is just a broken piece of tile. Use something kind of thick and cheap, like these US Art Supply acrylics are fantastic for this. You can get huge tubes of this for very, very little money. Squeeze some of it out onto your porcelain and just let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes. I wouldn't go much longer than 10 minutes, but, you know, about that amount of time. It'll thicken up real nice, and it just becomes the perfect consistency for dry brushing. Don't put it on a wet palette, and don't dry brush off a wet palette. That should probably be obvious, but I wanted to say it anyway. Ghost, you're right. I mean, what do you suppose all that wet stuff is? You know what that's a line from, by the way, guys? Can anybody in chat, does anybody in chat know what that line is from? I'll give you a hint. Bill Murray, no, Bill Murray didn't say it. It was in a scene with Bill Murray, but it was... What's the actor's name? Not Sam Elliott. Chris Elliott. It was in a scene with Chris Elliott and Bill Murray. And no, Chris Elliott wasn't in Ghostbusters Ragnar, though I applaud your initiative. And Chris Elliott is encouraging him to drink beer. And he says, no, I have to have fluids. Are there fluids in beer? And he goes, of course there are, man. What do you think all that wet stuff is? Oh, Merlin and Ghost. That's a good point, actually, Crisala. It's 5 to 10 minutes in dry Colorado air. Vary that to taste. White Wolf. White Wolf's hubby got it right. That is from Osmosis Jones. We got people just guessing every Bill Murray movie. But no, that was Osmosis Jones. That might be one of the only things I remember about that movie. I know that I watched it when it came out. New Belgium is a great company, Ghost. Yeah, I drink a lot of New Belgium. I'm a big fan of Fat Tire. I pick up their triples when they've got them. I like their seasonal sours. They have a sour called L'Amour en Cage, which is love in a cage. And it's, ooh, it's a sour that like hits you in the back of the jaw and tightens your neck up. It's so tart. Merlin Models, I am doing well. Oh, I was fighting to burp as I spoke there. That was unpleasant. Merlin Models, thank you so much for saying so. Me and Harry Bosch and I have a lot in common in general. You know, I am similarly kind of emotionally and intellectually acute. I have a certain intuition. I have a keen understanding of the human condition and the criminal mind. I am also a detective in Los Angeles. Oh, no, wait. Oh, shit, none of that's true. Damn it. Oh, well. We're just phasing over into my fantasy life. Dark Fox, I don't actually have any just water next to me right now. But when I get up in a minute, I'll get some. Drank a blackberry and currant sour today. Ooh, yeah. From the New Orleans brewery Zonimat. Why did I say Orleans? I never say New Orleans. But for whatever reason, when I read it, that's what my mouth did. That's odd. No, Roland. For the love of God. It's dark. Alright. So what we are working on today is this Theist Priest figure that we assembled last time. I started doing a little bit of painting on it. We're going to go ahead and continue that. I've got his robes mostly where I want them, I think. I'm going to leave those alone and focus on other details for now. I might have to come in and do a little bit more highlighting on these little back tassels hanging off here, but I want to work in these golds and start on some metals. It looks, yeah, it looks very uncomfortable, does it not? It also only has one eye hole, which also seems uncomfortable. All in all, it's a very impractical, very, very impractical piece. So, we're going for steel. We're going for steel, little bits of gold, mostly in the parts that I've done in brown. We're going to be doing steel. I'm going to try doing, like, warm shadowed steel. Since we're using oils, we might as well give that a shot. Probably warm going out to cool so that I introduce some contrast. And I'm just kind of making it up. Just kind of making it up. I'm thinking I might do like a deep turquoise for this little inner robe right here. We sure it's a human? Yes, there's the one thing we're sure of, Shock 21, is that it is a human inside of this in the context of the setting of Conquest. He has a ridiculous sword. I don't know who decided that a straight-bladed sword with a single edge on it with like that. I can't. That must exist. Culturally, that must exist somewhere. Can anyone think of a straight, single-edged sword? I'm not familiar with any. Almost every single-edged sword that I know has a curve to it for like slashing purposes. Now katanas have a curve to them, Romeo Void. Even messers tend to have a curve to them, Roland. They have the back of them will be straight, but they will have a curve to the blade. They'll have like a little swell. I mean, it's a fantasy setting, so they could do whatever the hell they want. I'm just saying, I can't personally think of any swords that are in real life of this design. And it obviously has a very European crossguard hilt on it. Back sword is mostly straight. Is it a perfectly straight? I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm sure it probably does exist somewhere. That's the thing. People have made every damn thing. Alright, so I've started doing something interesting with my oils. You guys know I went to a great deal of effort and made a big deal about the fact that I was pre-thinning and pre-mixing all my own oils, and I've started to move away from that now. Not just because Stila Rebel did it. Admittedly, she started doing it, and I was like, huh, maybe I could check that out. But I've started just going, like, right from the tube and thinning to taste as I paint, and honestly, I think it's a better system. I'm glad that I did the pre-thinning with so many of my oils, because it got me started on the path, but I'm reaching a point now where I'm like, I can kind of thin it as I go without much issue. The Ninjato was, a Japanese blade? Okay. Alright, fair enough. Model 1796 Heavy Cavalry Saber. Like a Civil War... I would have sworn that all the Civil War sabers had that curve to them, though. It's possible. Alright. Were there any that were straight, single-edged, and had a European-style crossguard like that, huh? Yeah, you can't answer that one, can you? Typhonius Starheart, what a name. What a name! Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome in, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let me figure out my shading colors here. Myself a little phthalo green. Oop, I need to... Yeah. I'm gonna have to look that up, Valfera, because I was thinking, like, backsword. I've heard of backswords, but I couldn't conjure an image in my head just off of the name. Oh, fantastic, Sam Mini. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Well, I know if anybody could fill in the gaps in my ignorance, it would be Roland and Kursala, and apparently Valfera. That's good to know, too. Alright, I'm going to be using some phthalo blue right out of the tube tonight. Don't need much. Just a dabble do ya. Right. I'm gonna do a touch of mixing right here. Grab some of this very, very thick phthalo blue. And we're gonna grab some of this phthalo green. We're gonna make ourselves a nice deep turquoise. You know what's funny is as soon as I mix this turquoise, I changed my mind on what I was gonna do. Isn't that just the way of things? I realize I should use a more contrasting tone. So we're gonna pull out some Terra Rosa. A little bit of burnt sienna. We'll do more of a linen coloration, kind of a warm tone for that inner part. I have changed my mind. Oh, hold on. I hate it when I miss things in chat, even though it does happen fairly often. Oh, thank you so much, Merlin Models. Yeah, if you have any questions at all about 3D sculpting or rendering, please feel free to ask. Actually, I don't want to use that as my base tone. God, get my head on straight here. I need burnt umber. I always need burnt umber. Why isn't that the first color I put down? I use it with everything. Get that as our base on a few pieces here. Thin that down ever so slightly. And let's start applying it. Pretty broadly, really. Use normal paint thinner for thinning oils. Negative. You want to use anywhere from actual turpentine to what I use is an odorless terpenoid, also known as white spirits. Oh, I missed a little spot on this guy last time without realizing I was doing it. That's okay. That's okay. We can work around that. SP Firestarter. 15 months of watching. The man, the myth, the blunter. Thank you so much, SP Firestarter. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. I'm gonna have to come in with a little dioxazine purple on that spot of the robe that I didn't realize was there. What color do you think for his scabbard? I'm gonna do pretty much all the metal detailing in like a brassy gold that isn't armor. But what color do you think for the scabbard? My instinct says... Ooh! That's a good chance to use that turquoise that I mixed up. Never mind, that's what I'm going to do. It's a great idea. Shit, I could do the belt in that same color, too, if I was thinking. Let's try it out and see how it looks. Kellis Rain went right to beige. We're doing some beige elsewhere on the model. I think maybe it was something a little bit more colorful. I think I'll use it in just a couple of spots. Thinking black leather would have been cool. I feel like he's a little bit more flashy than that. Tawar. I feel like that's gonna blend in too much with the deep shadows I have in the purple, because my blacks tend to veer blue. So then we've got, you know, kind of too many similar tones. But check this out. Purple next to turquoise is always fun, isn't it? We're gonna brighten this up significantly. It's a little more regal, I think. Really I like the idea of doing similarly with his leather sword belt. Not at all, Achilles. No. Please, feel free to make any suggestion anytime. I won't always go with it. Say white with red polka dots just to be a smartass. Always biased towards darker color palettes anyway. Yeah, I want this guy to be kind of flashy. This is the... I mean, he is, you know, a ridiculous priest after all. I think I'm gonna repeat that here on this little hanging off of his arm. And that should be enough of this color overall. I don't think I need to repeat it anywhere else. Well, everyone makes that suggestion every single time anyway, Kursala, so yeah, go right ahead. Use purple a lot in my models. Achilles, purple's one of my favorite colors. Just overall, just in life. I love, I mean, probably look around the stream and tell that, but about every asset I have for my overlay is purple. Okay. We're gonna do warm tones for the mantle around his neck, so I'm just going to start this off with some burnt umber. Oh, this is just our base tone, Data Nerd. We're going to come up much, much brighter with this, but we want the deep shadows to be this warm brown. It's going to lean more reddish and then into white, like fur. You always got to think a little bit ahead. When you're using oils, you definitely want to think what you want your deepest shadow to be first. I mean, generally you think that way for acrylics too, though not always. You don't have to do that with oils. You can do like oil washes and stuff, but this is how I've been doing it. Alright. So I'm gonna mix a little bit of sienna and umber. A little bit more sienna. I really want those red tones, those kind of earth tones in there. And start on the armor plates. Now these are going to come out to cool tones, but I'm basing them with warm to add a little bit more interest across the piece. This is a good idea for doing non-metallic metals. Your shadows, your parts of the metal that are facing the ground, give them warm tones, and it looks like they're kind of reflecting the earth beneath them. And then give them cool tones on their upper-facing surfaces, and it gives the impression of the sky. This is the theory at any rate. We'll see how it pans out. Down in that collar, just with the darkest tone we can, since that's just going to sit there, be a nice deep shadow. You know, you do it for long enough, Achilles, and then you put a little bit of it into practice, and you start to figure it out. There's nothing for painting quite like just practice. The more you do it, the more it makes sense. The more you do it, the more watching other people do it even makes sense. I'm going to save these little bindings. He's got some scrolls on his hip here. I'm going to save those bindings and probably do those in a red just to add that one little splash of color that isn't anywhere else on the figure. Give it some interest. It's also, Achilles, why I don't always succeed, I try to kind of talk myself through what I'm doing and why as I paint. I try to do everything on purpose. I try not to have paint jobs that wind up, you know, accidental or random. Say I try. I don't always or very often succeed at that, but it helps me. To just talk about why I'm doing what and when. Anybody else out there working on their own painting projects during the stream today? I'm curious what you might be working on. Now this will be fun, because this looks like a leather glove. And then armor plating on the fingers. Start with the same base and kind of take it in two different directions. That's going to be the goal. Working on some Marvel Crisis figures. Ragnar's working on some Auric Iron Jaws. Which one, Lunchbox79? How them Iron Jaws coming for you? You got a particular scheme that you're working on? Or a homebrew? Ooh. Almost forgot he's got armor-plated feet. Mostly hidden by shadow, so not a lot to do, but I do want to get my warm tones in there at a minimum. Very pointy sabatons on this fellow. And I need to do a touch of dioxazine purple. There it is. Primarily yellow. There are some really, really good Auric paint schemes that are largely yellow. Batch painting, Daredevil, Star-Lord, Rocket, Groot, Ant-Man, Thor, Magneto. It's a good way to do a lot of the MCP figures that call for really bright colors. Because you can, like, you know, batch paint, be like, alright, I'm doing all the red on all these guys right now. That's sort of what I did with mine. Need to get this purple in here. There we go. Want to be working on my Alith Vire, but I've been busy helping clean up while chilling. Achilles, you know? The stars just kind of align sometimes for our painting desires. I personally like to wait for those moments when I have the time and the inspiration, and don't try to force it other times. There's too much stuff to do in life to worry too much. Painting should always be a relaxing hobby. Alright, let's get some of my yellow ochre out here. Work on the gold details. Let the browns settle into those metals before I start coming in and trying to do anything too wild with those. Got to finally play a game this weekend, not as fiddly as I thought it would be, so I recommend it. Yeah, no, Atomic Mass Games makes some damn good game rules. They certainly have for MCP. It as far as, like, gameplay goes, it's one of the smoothest experiences currently available, in my opinion. It's a lot of the former rule writers for Privateer Press, so I think it's no surprise that the crunch of their game is very accessible. And fairly competitive. Let me get back to painting my full-scale Reaver Titan with a fur pattern. Oh my my my. I like Reaver Titans. Like, of the various Imperial Battle Titans from Warhammer 40k, the Reaver has always been one of my favorites. Warlord is okay. It's a little boring in my opinion. The Warhound is neat. It's a nice little light Titan, you know, because those are what, like, Scout Titans. The Reaver is kind of just right, size and armament wise. So I'm putting wet oils down over dry oils because I let this brown kind of set. giving it a little bit of a metallic sheen. This is the goal anyway. We'll see how it works out. Come in with a unused brush and just ease that blend out. Oils have different properties depending on whether you're putting them down over wet or dry oils. I have come to appreciate putting fresh oil over dry oil. Certainly makes freehand a hell of a lot easier. Project Dark Fox, you have a great night. Altered Man Art? It's been a little while since we've seen you, man. How are things? Could we get a shout out, by the way, for Altered Man Art? Another very, very exciting oil painter. Incredibly talented painter, and an excellent streamer. I haven't seen you on in a little while, man. It's good to see you now. And yeah, I've been doing a lot more oils lately. A lot more. Still don't know quite how good I am at it, but we're getting better with each attempt. It's the goal, isn't it? Little bits of improvement. One step at a time. It all adds up. Oh, a move. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll especially put a little hitch in the painting schedule. Take a look at that, Ragnar. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I like that. It's like a stylized fur pattern. I wasn't entirely sure what you meant by that, but that's some nice freehand work, man. Good job. First time on Twitch after 3 months, and you decide to stop in here? I could not be more honored. I hope you intend to get back to streaming, man. I really have I feel like I could learn a lot more from you now that I have more experience. It's the funny sort of thing, like watching people paint with oils when you haven't really done a lot of it is not as helpful as you might hope. It's all kind of arcane until you've done some of it, and then suddenly you can decipher useful information from watching people do it. I guess that's probably true with most art. You need a certain amount of context to make any sense of any of it. I did this guy. Altered Man, since you're here. Entirely in oils, and I'm really happy with him. Been just pushing myself and experimenting with styles and stuff that I don't normally do, and I feel like old Sanguinius came out pretty good. Yeah, it's been gaining a lot of popularity lately, Achilles. I think largely thanks to the artist James Wapple, who goes by Wapelius here on Twitch. His results are hard to argue with. Of course, I don't know why the hell you would want to argue with someone's painting results, but, you know, should you desire to, his are very, very difficult. Very, very difficult indeed. He does amazing... I think there's been kind of the perception of oil painting is that it's slow and artistic and just for, like, really, really difficult techniques, but he does, like, quick, fast, in a hurry quality oil painting, and he's amazing to watch. Yes, Altered Man. That is something that is important to remember. I have this conversation periodically with Stila Rebel when I'm talking about my own progress with oils. I'm like, I watch Wapple, and I have to remember, he's been doing this non-stop for, like, as long as I've been alive. I've been doing it for less than a year, so, you know, I gotta give myself some slack. Why aren't I painting as good as a professional? Brr. Derby derby doo. But it was between him and Stila, Altered Man, and Matt Yee. I was encouraged to continue trying it more and more, and I've been finding that I enjoy it. It takes a little getting used to, certainly. Once you've done it for a little while, it starts to click. You start to develop that muscle memory like you do for acrylics. We did like a little paint-along about a month ago. Altered Man, where I painted up, where is he? I got him right here. Hang on. Can I reach it? This was my first large-scale completed piece in oils. We did this one together during a multi-stream. And even looking at it now, I'm like, I see some things I could do better, but... yeah, it came out real nice. Riot Sister, welcome in. How we doing tonight?
Hello there.
Gear Falcon. Well, we just got the whole gang, don't we? I'll tell you, Altered Man, one of the things I'm really liking about oils is once you get some of the basic tricks down and you're thinking less about what you're doing, you can be pretty sloppy with oils and still get good results. It's good for people like me who are just sort of sloppy because of who we are as human beings. You can mess something up. It's really not that challenging to clean up either. Couple of quick blends. Hey, Gus Schultz, welcome in. How's that Dugram treating you, Gus? I hope the model isn't fighting you too much. Hey, Firestarter, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, to square, wrap up in some... They do look like nice toasty robes, don't they? This is how I would want to be dressed as the winter sets in. This is my favorite part of oil painting, is where you take the blending brush and you just kind of waggle it around almost blindly, and all the stupid mistakes that you made just disappear. It's amazing. See these yellows starting to really take root on the figure. Let's come along and do some of these other parts. Now, the advantage I'm finding to not pre-thinning my oils, which is how I started, but just taking them right out of the tube and sort of thinning to taste, is that I can use one color and use different thicknesses depending on what I'm trying to do. That has been quite helpful. Pre-thinning got me started because I have... I don't know, the way my brain works, I like things to be very regimented. And no White Wolf, no Greg, he's off working for Games Workshop. It's getting fairly mainstream, Altered Man. Yes, Riot Sister, this is dioxazine purple that has been blended with just titanium white. That's not entirely true. This is dioxazine purple with some magenta and Prussian blue in the shadows, and then highlighted with just titanium white. The Oxazine is a wonderful color, though. It's a bit of a bully. It really gets in there and makes itself known. Someone say Prussians? Different Prussians. Well, no, same Prussians, but, you know, different context. Just the blue, Roland. Just the blue. No need to get too excited. I'm using like a mostly blown out sable brush here, and I haven't even switched to like my nice synthetics, and yet I'm still getting good results, which is, I don't know, it's just nice after fretting over my tools as much as I did with acrylics. Still do. I use acrylics for a lot of things, but I admit, more and more, I'm defaulting to oils for fun painting. Now that I'm less concerned with learning the basics and more able to just kind of experiment and do fun things with it. Couldn't get oils. Why not, Gear Falcon? Did you go try to find some and they didn't have any? I'll tell you the other advantage to painting with oils, guys. This shit is so much cheaper than most acrylic paints. Compared to, like, hunting for sets of pro acryl to get the nicest acrylics and paying admittedly reasonable based on the market, but fairly expensive prices just for paint. Oils are cheap as hell. Oh, couldn't get the hang of it? You just kind of got to stick with it. Gear Falcon, I'd be happy to give you what tips I can. Oh yeah, and that's just it, Gear Falcon. You have to change the way you think, because you're not going to get coverage. Oils are, by their very nature, largely translucent. And you have to think about how you're building your color very differently than you do when you're painting with acrylics. There are a few pigments out there, a few oil paints that have really, really dense, really, really opaque pigments and mixes. So you kind of find those to be your bases, and then you blend colors into them. Things like burnt umber, dioxazine purple, Prussian blue. These are real bully colors that you can put down, and they'll just take over whatever surface you put them on. But if you're trying to like get a base coat with cobalt blue, this is not going to work very well. It just takes practice. The way I think of it that I found really helps is with acrylics, you're building up opaque layers of color. And then you thin them down if you want them to be more transparent and show the layer beneath, right? Well, instead of making layers with oils, what you're doing is you're putting down one singular layer for the most part, and then mixing pigments into that layer across the... Like, if you think about the mini and then the paint on top of it, with acrylic, there's going to be layer after layer after layer of paint. Very thin, so, you know, functionally meaningless for thickness. unless you put like really thick paint on it, but it's layer, 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 whereas with oil, ideally, it'll be just one layer, maybe with one or two, depending on how long you let it cure between paint jobs. But for the most part, it's just the one layer of paint with different pigments mixed into that oil layer. Once you start thinking about it a little bit more like that, I find that it gets easier to kind of think your way through what you're doing. Hey, Amish Stig, welcome in. Sumatha, good to see you. Really, nobody ever has to apologize for not being active in chat or showing up late. You guys, you being here at all is just amazing. Since this is not the level of painting I would put into my rank and flank like Men-at-Arms, I'd go quicker on them, but this is a hero character who stands on his own base, so I'm gonna put the extra time in on my Theist Priest. Assume you need to consider your plan before to have other paints ready, kind of like wet blending with acrylics. It is, Ragnar, but the nice thing about it is that you can have a very, very limited toolbox with oils, because they blend so quickly, so easily, and so readily. It is much more important to have a firm understanding of color theory and the color wheel to get the colors that you want, because you can achieve really, really complex results with just a handful of paints, whereas to get those same results with acrylic, you wouldn't necessarily need, but you would generally use twice to 3 times as many formulations. With oils, you have just sort of a set toolbox of paints. And the marketing for them is different too. Acrylic paints don't need to be the way that they are, with every company having 1,000 proprietary names for every mix of pigment and medium that they have, like Reaper having 19 different versions of the same fucking color, depending on, you know, how much flow aid is in it, how thin the basic acrylic mix is, like, you know, there's a whole marketing system behind that, why they do that. Oil paints, for the most part right now, don't have that. They're selling to a different market of artists, non-wargamer artists. And as a result, you'll find that things are more common from brand to brand. No, you're right, Reaper has 30 different brands of the same... I'm kidding, White Wolf. What I mean is that within Reaper, you'll find, you know, dragon white and blue white and bone white and etc., like hundreds of different formulations and mixtures of pigment. Within oil paint, you generally won't find anywhere near as many, because it tends to be just a good mix of a single pigment, and then the artists are expected to kind of blend and mix those to taste. Which is why I say it's more important to have a color wheel nearby when you're working with most oil paints. In terms of 3D printing, for printing some miniatures of 28 to 32 millimeter, what is the best quality printer?
To 50 Shades
average quality,
of Coal Gray.
Get that would work well.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
What I would recommend, Altered Man Art, I love the Elegoo Mars 2. I have been using... No, I understand, White Wolf. They are different. They're absolutely different. That's what I'm saying, is that in acrylics it makes more sense to do that. In oils it makes less sense. And as a result, I buy fewer oils in general, and I'm not... Like, I have this huge rack of acrylic paint in front of me that you guys have seen, and then I have a little row of oil bottles, and I get almost better results out of that. I love the Jupiter Spaztec. The Jupiter is brand new. Didn't the Kickstarter and the Jupiter just close? So, like, you can't get the Jupiter right now, and the Jupiter has a lot of features to it that seem very, like, consumer experimental. And, no, you're kidding, but I'll discuss the Jupiter a little bit. Has a lot of features on it that seem kind of consumer experimental, like next generation 3D printer, resin printer features that may become common in consumer models once they work the kinks out a little bit, but I suspect the Jupiter is going to have some problems. The Saturn is a good get for large format, but the Mars 2 is kind of the perfect size for the price, particularly if you're doing figures. If you're looking to print figures for mini wargaming, you don't need anything larger than the Mars 2. I'm sure some people could jump in and recommend like any cubic and stuff like that, but I use Elegoo myself, so that's all I can recommend. Yeah, the vat fill feature is something that's one of those features I look at and I'm like, why I think that's part of next generation is when printers hit a point where they're truly fire and forget, where the average consumer can just like load in a vat, load in a cartridge, not worry about the settings, and go, give me a miniature, and it just waits a while and spits out a mini. Like, that's when the technology and its implementation into wargaming is going to change. Currently, 3D printing is still hobbyist. It's still kind of niche, even though it's getting more and more broad spectrum by the day. But if they can perfect those features, they might have the first, like, truly wide market consumer accessible printer. But I don't think they're there yet. They're experimenting, as I said. Oh, Games Workshop's gonna be shit out of luck, Captain Gingerbeard. Absolutely shit out of luck. The Elegoo Mars 3 is not, I think, available yet. I think, like, that Kickstarter closed a little while ago, and they're still fulfilling it. I don't think most people have their Mars 3s yet, but that will be the next upgrade. I can say that the Mars 2 is a fantastic machine. The Mars 3 is certainly nicer, but, you know, if you're willing to wait a while. The Mars 2 is quick and effective. What genre of music or national anthems? Old-timey shit that nobody wants to listen to, I think, is the technical genre. Like, really, as far as the lawsuits from Games Workshop goes, like, I know that they're keeping an eye on the market, and this is why I'm waiting. See, here's the thing. There's a new business paradigm coming, guys. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know what it is. I don't know the specifics of it. Because I'm telling you right now, if I knew it, I'd be doing it and I'd be fucking rich. But there's a new paradigm coming. As printers become more and more accessible, more and more reliable, and easier for the average consumer to operate, the market will continue to adjust. It already is adjusting. Nobody can ignore it right now. But it's still at a point where Games Workshop can pretend to ignore it for the most part and continue selling easily. And they'll always have a certain amount of market. Like I said, it's when the printer becomes like plug and play. It's when you can buy a printer, put it in your house, not have to think about toxic chemicals, not have to think about fumes, not have to think about maintenance, not have just put printer, put box on table, plug cartridge into box, push button, miniature is delivered. We're not there yet. We will be. I don't know how long, but we will be there. And when we're there, miniatures are going to completely change. I mean, they'll be changing in the time leading up to that, but it's far enough off that a lot of the major companies are content to just pretend like that's not going to happen. I mean, you know, they're clearly full of shit, and they know better, which is why I'm curious to find out what moves they might be making behind the scenes to prepare for that. But there's a phrase that I have repeated since I got into 3D printing, which is quite simply that technology is a freight train. You have two options. You can stand in the way and get run over, or you can get on board and you can try to help steer. Those are the only two options. If you're thinking to yourself, I'm gonna stand in the way and stop it, you're mistaken. That is simply, when will then be now? Soon. It's you know, like I said, there is a paradigm, there is a new business model out there that works in the 3D printing market and tabletop gaming in the perfect way. And the next Games Workshop is going to be the company that figures out what that business model is. Again, I don't know what it is, because if I did, I'd be doing it and I'd be fucking rich. But I'm not that smart. Somebody else is. There's a future Bezos out there. Maybe not Bezos, but you know, who's figuring this out? How you doing, man, Rufusol? GW could so easily find reputable miniature printing companies, license their STL files to those vendors, have some QA check. Oh my god, Captain Gingerbeard, I've been talking about this for a while, and here's the thing, like, I've already got the marketing campaign. By the way, Sphere, fantastic to see you. Did we get a shout out for Sphere? We did. Guys, if you're not following Sphere and you are interested particularly in Conquest minis, god, go give that man a follow. So this is something I've said a couple of times. As far as getting on board the 3D printing train, get this, Games Workshop should do it. It's already built into their fluff. They call them STC machines, Standard Template Constructs. STC is a primary technology of the Warhammer 40k universe. It's how the Imperium of Man was able to successfully generate the massive war machine needed to police literally billions of human-populated planets. The idea is that they have standard template construct machines. It's like a portable factory that you just put on a planet, and then you get an STC cartridge, and this cartridge says, I know how to build a tank, and you go, really, that's interesting. And you plug it into the machine, and it goes beep, boop, bop, boop, and it spits out a fucking tank, and that tank is identical to every other tank of its design. It's the standard template construct machine. You need it to make las guns instead of tanks. You get an STC module for a las gun, you plug it in, beep, boop, boop, boop. It spits out las guns instead. So you jump on board with that. You call your 3D printers STC machines. You sell STC licenses. They run them at their shops. You go online and you go, I want to buy 30 Krieg Guardsmen. What's my local Games Workshop store? Okay, let's put in the order. They can start printing them. They do the work to clean them up. You show up, you've got freshly STC 3D printed Guardsmen. They're not going to do that because they make more money doing other things. But I would like, okay, mark my words right now. Somebody fucking clip this, okay? When they finally do an on-demand in-store printing service, they are going to call it STC, Standard Template Construct. And they won't pay me a fucking dime for that idea. Nor should they own it. I'm just saying. Just saying, it's a good idea. And people would buy it. This is the thing, people have brand loyalty. And a lot of people just don't want to fuck with the technology, even when it's easy. They'll keep buying from Games Workshop, even when it doesn't make any sense. You know, I like to rip on Games Workshop as much as the next guy, and I really do disagree with a lot of their business practices. But they're in the kind of position that capitalism puts companies in where they gotta make money. Making money is their primary goal. It has to be if they're going to be a functioning business. And it's why, like, I didn't get kind of all up in arms when they pulled the whole recent cancellation or the recent announcement on enforcement of their IP on fan-made content. It's like, it was gonna happen. It was gonna happen eventually. They were always going to do that. That's a good idea too, Sphere. Yeah, sell bits. This is the thing, there are much better paid people than me at Games Workshop right now coming up with the best way to implement this to make them a maximum quantity of money. I'm not those people. Looking for muzzle flare for my weapons? Manro Fasal. Deadly Print Studios. Open your browser, go to Deadly Print Studios. They will have everything that you need. I guarantee it, and for pennies. Ooh, that's pretty cool. The square. More and more companies are embracing 3D printing, and I think it's smart. Mr. Squarepeg, it is good to see you. Oprah Smash, one of the GW branded printers coming out. Not this year, I'll tell you that much. Anarcho Faust, pardon. That's different than Anarcho Faust. Welcome in. I'm getting distracted from my painting here. Trying to give this gold trim the impression that it is itself slightly reflective. I don't want to go too crazy on it, but give it a little bit of a metallic sheen. We're gonna find some Battletech minis, preferably mechs that is. I can find the terrain, but not the mechs. Now, are you looking to buy official CGL product, or are you looking for 3D printed mechs that other people sell physicals of, or are you looking for files for mechs? Is my question. Yamish use their loaner prices while they play the game, get your own figs when you leave. Wait, what's this now? It's the Space GW's physical business we have to all sit in. For more convenience, there'll always be people unwilling to... Yes, convenience is... consumer laziness is very real, and I don't even mean that in a pejorative sense. Like, people are lazy and dumb, and they should be ashamed for spending money. Like, you should never be ashamed for being a part of the human race, guys. You should never feel ashamed for being a human, and human beings are lazy. It's not even laziness. You have other things to do with your time. You have a life. There's a reason that we developed specialization of labor. You know? Old Bob the baker, he bakes the bread. And Mike the miller, he mills the flour. And Frank the farmer, he farms the wheat. Like, there's a reason one man doesn't do all of these things. And I realize this is kind of a wild extension to jump that into 3D printing and miniatures, but like, you have a life. You have a job, probably. You have shit to do. Even if you don't have a job, I guarantee you still have shit to do. Maybe you don't want to become an expert in 3D printing, and you will never ever be in the market for 3D printers, no matter how easy they become. Maybe you don't have the space for it. There are 1,000 different reasons it might not make sense for you. I think 1,000 is being pretty conservative, really. Preferably STLs that you can buy, but I won't turn down free. So, there are a few good sources of 3D printable STLs out there. I can recommend a couple of Patreons, a couple of physical providers. As far as STLs go, I would recommend there's some assembly required, which is a Patreon that is run by Machine God and Papa Bear, two somewhat regular viewers of the stream here, members of the Thunderhead Studio community, very, very talented builders. You can look them up on Patreon. I can recommend, hey, Dead Chrome, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Polygon Masterworks is, DLAW? What is that, Firestarter? They changed their name? Oh. You could feel free to go ahead and put a link to their Patreon here in chat. I don't want to open up with buy STLs from me. We are going to be selling some of our own mech STLs on Steel Warrior Studios here in the near future, but for right now, all you can really get through there are printed mechs from, and I do highly recommend Metalcore Collectibles. He does not sell STLs for his files, but the physicals are amazing. Polygon Masterworks is a very, very popular Patreon. He does really high-quality Battletech 3D printable figures. They are all based on MechWarrior Online. Now, they're very, very nice, but don't go to Polygon Masterworks unless you like the design of the MechWarrior Online versions of Battlemechs, which some people don't. Me, I don't. Though as far as those designs go, I think he's done the best job on them. It's possible. Dijon Lewis something something. Oh, that's less catchy. Does he have some originals? I don't really look that close at Polygon stuff, admittedly. But he does fantastic work from what I've seen. Some of Ion Raptor's stuff may become available as STLs, but, you know, we'll see. I don't think that has been totally finalized yet. A lot of Ion Raptor stuff was available for free for a long time, but then motherfuckers be selling his shit on Etsy, and he took it all down. I've got a number of free mechs available you may or may not like. All of my mechs are the unseen mechs from Dugram, so it's a very particular roster of them and a very particular visual style, but you can find my files up on Thingiverse, and also Cults 3D. Everybody's developing their own game. And I don't mean that to be like, screw him or anything. I just mean like, holy shit, is there anyone right now who isn't, and anyone right now making mech figures that isn't developing their own game? Fucking Kursala started doing it, and then everybody jumped on the bandwagon, it seems like. DRD is working on their own game, Polygon Masterworks is, Strato Minis has Hard War, which I think Hard War is just a pre-existing game from that was published through Osprey that they kind of slapped their name onto. But it's a thing, apparently. Building a virtual tabletop for AR and VR. You know, I like that idea. I like that idea quite a lot, Mr. Square Peg. I don't know that it's ever something I'll use. I've played a few, because, like, tabletop games in VR is a cool idea that a lot of people jumped onto, and there are a few of them that exist out there right now. Like tabletop games you can play in VR, built specifically for it. But I don't really believe that anybody is going to completely... Yeah, that's what I thought, Roland. Hard War is, it's Horizon Wars with a new coat of paint on it, which is not really that impressive. for me, I don't think that we're ever going to reach a point where VR can replace the tactile nature of wargaming. So much of my involvement in wargaming has to do with the joy that I take from physically holding models, rolling dice, painting figures, moving them around, and facing my opponent across a physical table. It's why Tabletop Simulator hasn't replaced the experience for me. And maybe an augmented reality system could with some time. But, oh my god, White Wolf, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, and I am remiss. Now, admittedly, that's not a great answer for where can I find BattleTech minis, but White Light Media has their own game that is entirely 3D printable. You can buy all the files, and you can 3D print your entire own army of multiple factions. And that is Revelations Skirmish from White Light Media, which you can find online. He has done a fantastic job on that, and it's a good game. I recommend checking it out. If you have a 3D printer, like, why the hell not? Strato and his team have created an entire setting and setting-specific abilities and weapons, etc. I mean, okay, that's cool. It hasn't really jumped out at me, though. And there's so many games these days, they gotta have that USP. They gotta have something that sets them apart. Whatever it is for Hard War, it hasn't grabbed me. It was the year 30XDX. Motherfuckers be building robots. Those robots have guns. Here's your setting. From the moment mankind climbed from the ooze, he wondered, what if I had big metal legs? This summer, we answer that question. Turns out we shoot each other. It's really just like having normal legs, but bigger and metal. I think augmented reality could be pretty interesting for tabletop games. Well, like I said, it's not there yet. I have enjoyed what's it called? Something Brass Tactics, I think is the name of the like pseudo tabletop game for VR. I've played that one a few times and enjoyed it. Again, it can't replace the experience, but it is very cool. It's a different sort of gaming experience. Now, I have played, I think that the best games for VR are cockpit-based games, like simulators, where you're in either an aircraft or a mech. I have thoroughly enjoyed a number of games like that. Vox Machina, available on the Quest, is fucking phenomenal. I don't know if it's available specifically for the Quest, but it's available through Oculus. That game is awesome. The sheer amount of physics-based stuff you can do with your mech. You can, like, it's all physics-based, and the armor plates are all arranged very particularly, so it's like someone fires a salvo of rockets at you, and you see it coming in, and you're like, I have no weapons in my right arm, and it's heavily armored, so you, like, rotate your whole mech and just go, ugh, and, like, shoulder the hit, and then you turn back, and it's like, it has this amazing tactile feeling to the gameplay. The fact that when you're in your mech, like, sitting in your seat in your house, you can sort of lean forward and, Get off my chair. You can kind of like lean forward and look out of the bubble cockpit and sort of see the damage on your mech, and you can like fiddle with stuff in the cockpit and grab things. When you want to do jump jets, you have to grab a thing and pull it up, and like it's so fucking immersive. I really like Vox Machina. Not enough people play it, but it's a fantastic game. Colin Farrell is James Gandolfini in Mega Pants. Yeah, he really is channeling that James Gandolfini for playing Penguin, isn't he? if you guys have seen the new Batman trailer, but yeah. Should I do these tassels in another color? I'm kind of changing my... Like, I like the gold for all this, but I'm thinking maybe do this in, like, a silver, just to introduce something different. Yeah, I'm gonna leave them alone for now. I'm not gonna say that nothing will ever replace dice and minis for tabletop gaming. I'm just gonna say that whatever it is, I don't know it yet. I haven't seen it, and I can't think of what it is. Again, if I knew what it was, if I knew what the next big thing was that would totally replace tabletop gaming, I'd be doing it and I'd be rich. But clearly I don't. That might not be a bad idea, Kersala, because I was thinking about having some red over here, too, so a little bit of repeated red would not be unwelcome. Still plenty of work to do, though, so I'm just going to ignore it for the moment. Oh, hello, Fly! I thought you weren't going to join us today. But here you are, you special little son of a bitch. Steel Battalion. Those were good days, weren't they? That's pretty awesome, Mr. Square Peg. Of all the motivation I can think of to engage in a project like that, that's one of the most heartwarming. I wish you luck with your endeavor. Because, yeah, with everything that's happened over the last few years, getting people out there and playing games again is damned important. Dead Chrome, did I thank you for the follow 13 minutes ago? I can't remember if I did or not. Either way, man, thank you so much for the follow. And Amish Stig, thank you for that gift sub. Going over to Mr. Square Peg. Because someone doing something as cool as that should not have to watch commercials to watch somebody stream. I'm going to start bringing in some brighter yellows here. Oh, that's right, I used that up. I got to do it straight out of the tube. Where's my tube of yellow paint? There it is. I'm glad. Manro Fasal, I'm glad. Yeah, I figured based on what you said, that was probably exactly what you need. And yeah, Deadly Print. Those are the kind of files I look at sometimes, and I'm like, God, I could make those in like 20 minutes and put them up for sale myself. And then I'm like, you know what? This guy had the idea first, and he makes really good, high-quality stuff, and he prices it well. I'm not looking to be unoriginal or undercut anybody. I'm just going to buy right from him. I'm not looking to be unoriginal. I just am unoriginal as a side effect of who I am as a person. There we go. Yeah, they charge like, I think it's like 50 cents for a couple of muzzle flashes and explosions and missile shots. I'm like, yeah, that's great stuff. I don't really buy from them so much anymore. I just make my own shit as I need it. But yeah, I can always recommend them as a good source for effects like that. The Astra Nebula's Kickstarter, gunning for 1 billion Suns players, Twilight Imperium players, etc. I have not. I'm gonna have to check that out. I like fleet battle games, and Twilight Imperium is that's a pretty classic party game at this point. Throw a little blend down here and see what we wind up with. Try to be real gentle with these blends now. Trying not to make too much mud. And that's the one thing with oils, is it's easy to blend, yes, but it's also easy to over blend and wind up with something that just isn't good looking. Just one big mess. A few subtle touches take you from one color to another with almost no effort. Vergaderung, it's nice to have you, man. Welcome in. Hope work isn't too bad on you tonight. We need to jump back into Satisfactory. We were starting to get someplace with our aluminum production line last time. Oh, nice to square. It does kind of have that to it, doesn't it, Kursala? Mentioned robots earlier. Should see what some high school kids do, building 125-pound robots to compete with. I think more sports with robots than battle bots, but cool nonetheless. Interesting. That makes sense. As we move forward into the future and technology becomes more and more accessible, I remember BattleBots. I've been to one of the first BattleBots out in Las Vegas. I went to the one that, the first one that Jay Leno went to with his ridiculous robot. That was it was one of those scoop throwing robots, and the scoop on the front was a big Jay Leno face, and his chin was the scoop that he would flip things with. It was ridiculous. I met Bill Nye there. That was fun. I probably won't be able to play anything after. Like, if I was going to play anything tonight after stream, I'd probably jump on Aliens Fireteam Elite with WJ. But I'm usually too tired and have too much shit to do to play after I stream. Usually, not every time. That was a while ago. I did, yeah. I don't want to date myself too much, but you could probably figure out when that was. That would have been real early 2000s. If not late 90s. God, why does time keep passing? Such a pain in the ass, isn't it? You can kind of see this gold thread that I'm trying to do here starting to come together with these back pieces. I think this is going to look good when I'm done with it. Finding that with metal, it depends on the aesthetic you're going for, but you can use the same metallic effects for non-metallic metal as kind of a reflective fabric. But with fabric, you want much broader, much darker areas. And just a few bright reflective spots. And you can do the same with metal, but I think with, you know, it depends on the look you're going for, but with metal you can get away with much larger reflective areas. Or rather, the larger reflective areas are much more suggestive of an actual metallic surface. Or maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. I mean, either one is possible. I'd be into that to square. We should arrange one. Oh yeah, Dolph Lundgren's like a fucking genius, Roland. He has, what is he has like a... Is it a doctorate in chemistry? Something like that. What if his entire head was just one big nose? What if this doctor could smell crime before it even happened? Four Masters, there we go. Yeah, Bill Nye had a good public persona through the 90s and 2000s, but I think a lot of people lost interest. Say what you will about the guy, he brought a lot of very simple scientific concepts to a lot of children in the 90s in a very, very digestible way. That is a positive influence overall. There we go. A little bit here. Ooh, I'm starting to like the way this is looking. Well, I think the nature of the comparison, Captain Gingerbeard, is just because you think Dolph Lundgren, most people don't think, oh, you mean Dolph Lundgren the scientist. They think, oh, Dolph Lundgren, you mean the from like the boxing movie? Dolph Lundgren, you mean from the 90s Punisher? They're like, no, he's really smart, and people are like, really? Really? Apparently, yeah. Let's move this to some of the other gold portions now. So I think this is coming together nicely. It probably only needs a few touches of white to really make it work. I just visually compare the gold thread back here with up front. You can see the difference that step makes. It's really starting to pop back here. It's a little bit more, but it's getting there. You can see the shapes coming out. So let's do it on the rest. I've also found edge highlighting to be much, much easier with oil paints. And I know that right now oil painting on minis is it's certain that I've said this before in my usual cynical fashion right here on this stream, like, oh, it's a fad, everybody's doing it because it's a fad. And while there are certainly some people bandwagoning, but I mean that's true of literally everything that happens. Like that's always going to be the case. It's a legitimately interesting painting style for minis, and if it's something that interests you, if you're curious about it, I do recommend just giving it a try. It's not terribly expensive to get into, and you might find that you like it. It's got me enjoying exploring new techniques more than I have for a little while. Reminds me of when enamel washes were the big thing. Yeah, there's fashion in everything. Fashion and trends. Ironically, looking down on fashion and trends is a fashion and a trend of its own. It's one that I find myself indulging in from time to time. In this particular case, I'll eat some crow because I'm really getting a lot out of it. On that note, I don't recommend eating crow. They're a trash bird. Don't eat those. Probably have parasites. Hey, what's up, War Master? Calling you by the new name these days. Enamel washes still have their place. That's the funny thing is, I think the best thing you can do with art is just, and I mean, I said this before, and I'll continue saying it, just try everything. If something interests you, try it. Because painting is the development of your personal toolbox, and you want to have all these tools available. You try a tool, maybe you won't use it as often as others, but it's good to know how to use it. It's good to have it in the box. So build your personal toolbox. Try everything. Keep what works. Ditch what doesn't. Develop your own style. start building some of this up on the actual metal here. In each case, I would note that this is more of a brass color than a real gold color. I feel like if I was leaning more into doing a true gold instead of a brass, because I mean nobody's got a gold sword. Okay, it's a fantasy game. Somebody might have a gold sword hilt, but more often than not, you're gonna have brass. I mean steel with brass on it, or Latin as it might be called. A little bit of Latin work. And brass is very, very yellow. Anything with panel lines really kept in Gingerbeard. Anything it's going to run into. Argue brass is an alloy, so it's almost any color imaginable. Okay, alright, now, thanks. That's really getting into the weeds. Broadly speaking, most brass is going to be distinctly yellow. And technically, this is all plastic. So we just kind of pick whatever colors we want to suggest kind of what we want. If I were trying to differentiate a lot of the more yellow metals, if you were to say brass, I'd say yellow. If you were to say gold, I would say kind of red-purple. And, I mean, even that can be argued with. And then if you were to say, like, bronze, I'd say orange. You know? Oh, yeah, back in the day, nanotanks, it could have been... That's why, yeah, it had a lot of different names back then, too. As I said, broadly, it was Latin work, and what Latin was would change based on who you were buying it from. Standardization largely came with industrialization, which wouldn't come for hundreds and hundreds of years from the time period we are very casually referring to. And then I catch myself in the trap of being like, oh, historically, as I paint Fantasy Priest Man from Fantasy Game, like, history has nothing to do with this. Plausibly, history has a place in that discussion, but realistically, not as much. Or rather, for the sake of plausibility, it has a place, but for the sake of actual argument, it doesn't. Because I can go, this is an adamantium sword, and adamantium is green. Prove me wrong. Unobtainium, my favorite. Imposium. It's been a little while since I reminded folk, so I'll just go ahead and remind everyone who is in chat right now, for those of you who are part of the Thunderhead Studio Discord community, we're going to be having something like an event in the near future known as the Supercell Paint-Along, which is a terrible title. I like Supercell, I don't like Paint-Along. Where the idea is that there will be a number of miniatures, 3D printable STLs listed. We're going to vote on which one it is we want to use, and then myself and another streamer, specifically in this case Stila Rebel, in the beginning of November, will be printing out this mini and painting it together live on stream, and y'all are welcome to paint the same mini right along with us, and then we'll be having a special Supercell Storm report about a week later where everyone can share their results together. If this sounds like the sort of thing you'd like to participate in, there is a channel devoted to it on the Thunderhead Studio Discord called the Supercell, which you can access by entering !Discord in chat at any time, or clicking on the Discord button down there below my face. And we'd love to have you. Jump into the channel and read the first pinned post and drop an emoji, and you will get notifications for any developments on the subject. Yeah. Drop stuff. Cell shading supercell, sabasub. I mean, you could if you want. Yeah, that was the core. Unobtainium. It was a metal that got tougher the more pressure it was under. That's not stupid. That's a classic sci-fi conceit. If you want to write a sci-fi story and your story depends on something impossible happening, a lot of authors will commonly just wave their hands in the air and invent a material, an element that has the properties necessary to make it happen. They have it in, I mean, that's what Mass Effect, the game, is based on. There's all the science of Mass Effect, and somewhere in the middle someone waves their hands in the air and they go, Element X! Element X makes it all possible. I think it's called something else. It might be Element X. But it's just like, this is the mysterious thing that allows us to violate the laws of physics. Element Zero, thank you. I knew it was something like that. Well, to be fair, most science fiction is science-free. I think science fiction is a phrase that was coined in a time when a lot of authors had a genuine interest in science, and it didn't take more than one generation for that to end, so... You know, we don't have many Clarks or Asimovs anymore. Though according to YouTube keeps trying to tell me to buy tickets for Dune, saying this is the next Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, and I'm like... Guys, I'm sure it's gonna be good. Because they've spent enough money to ensure that it's gonna be good. Like, I'm sure it's gonna be very, very watchable. It's gonna be fine. But I've read Dune, and I've read Lord of the Rings, and I've been a Star Wars fan since I was like 10 years old, and you shouldn't be comparing any of these things. Dune is not like Lord of the Rings in many ways at all. If you're saying that the movie's gonna be like the Lord of the Rings movies, it also shouldn't be so much like that. I fucking hate marketers, man. I hate the act of marketing. It turns people into bullshit babbling morons. Can you really not compliment your own movie without comparing it to other movies that I like? You can't, like... Ugh. It drives me crazy. The next Star Wars. Fucking shit, it better be better than Star Wars. Star Wars is nonsense compared to Dune. What? They're not even the same fucking genre. What are you talking about? Are you saying it's gonna spawn a massive expanded universe? It already has, and most of it's garbage. I'm sorry, Philippe. I've been ranting and I didn't thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to... You know what? This is a good taste. This is a good taste of what you're in for, though, man, because I'm going to complain about things a lot. Oh, that should be exciting to Square. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, Dune is stupid, you guys. Dune's gonna be stupid. It's not. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be just fine. Being the edgy contrarian that I am, and being someone who grew up reading a lot of science fiction books, I have my own opinions on Dune itself as a property, and my own opinions on Frank Herbert as an author, my own opinions on his son as an author. Everybody's gonna lose their fucking minds over Dune, and I just, like, so many times in life, I'm stuck in the position of being like, you guys, this story, like, it's been around for a long time, you could have consumed it before. But now it's time to sell product, so I guess we all lose our fucking minds. That's what they want it to be. They want to sell it as the next major franchise, and I just like, oh, to Square, thank you for the reminder. I'm sorry, but like Dune, just talking about the books, Dune is a great book. Dune is a great book, Dune is a great story, Dune has a really interesting universe that it crafts around that story. But as soon as, and this is where I disagree with a lot of people, like, I didn't like Children of Dune. I didn't like it the first time I read it, I didn't like it when I went back to reread it, I was just like, ugh. Like, all the magic was gone. It's just, hey, more of the same, getting increasingly and bizarrely esoteric. And by the end, it turns into one of those things where, you know those movies? Like, you definitely know what I'm talking about. Those movies out there that 90% of them are made by Christopher Nolan, where it's really, like, just confusing. It's not actually good, it's not actually clever, it's just complex and obtuse. And it's like, it challenges the audience, not in an intellectual sense, but in the sense that you sort of look around and everyone's like so confused by it and so just dazzled. They're like, is this good? I don't know. I need to look at the person next to me. And the other person's like, I don't know either. I better say it's good. I better clap. I don't want anybody to think I'm stupid. I better clap. Yeah, this is amazing. It's so amazing that I don't understand it. I feel like that's the majority of the Dune book series, is just, I better say this is good because I can't put my finger on any one thing to say that it's bad. So I guess it's good. Is it good, guys? And that was Children of Dune onward. And by the time you get to like God Emperor of Dune and Chapter House, I swear to God, and no offense if you guys like these books, this is all entirely subjective, it's just nonsense by that point. But by the time you get to God Emperor, by the time you get to Chapter House, I'm pretty sure Frank Herbert had dementia and he had forgotten what he wrote before that. Because it was just esoteric goonery. Yes, Manro Fasal, yes. And here's the thing, and this is the important turning point. I like David Lynch. Ironically, Dune was the worst movie that David Lynch has done. I like David Lynch. I fully recognize that a lot of what he does is just fucking nonsense. Like, aggressive nonsense. But I enjoy it, which is why, if you read Children of Dune, if you read Chapter House, if you read God Emperor, etc., and you liked it, that's fine. Nobody can ever tell you that you're wrong, but I personally never saw much value in it. But I'm just getting ready to hear for the next few years how this is the greatest story ever told, when it's not. It's a great story. It is one of the greatest stories ever told, but my God, they're gonna blow this movie. Not in the sense that they're gonna ruin it, they're gonna blow it in the sense that they're gonna publicly fillet it for years. And it's not because of any natural, organic, artistic evolution. It's because Hollywood's out of fucking ideas, and there are people who are paid literally millions of dollars to convince you to buy things, and that's what they're gonna do. Wow, I got really cynical all at once, didn't I? I mean, I'm always a little cynical, but that's like really cynical. Let me tell you why you shouldn't enjoy things. How dare you? Yeah, they are time stop. It's just esoteric goonery. Dune is fantastic. Dune's a great story. It's got good characters, it's got an interesting universe, but it's like nothing that they ever... It's like all the ideas and the potential of the ideas are what's compelling, and nothing that he did with any of the ideas was ever any good. And then God help you if you read those books that his son wrote. Those were fucking trash. Holy crap, those were bad. They're perfectly fine as just like pulp sci-fi, but as far as being successors to Dune, they're like, oh no, 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 no. And all of this complaining is because YouTube is telling me that Dune is the greatest story ever told, and it's gonna blow my brains out my ass. I hate marketers, you guys. I really do. Stop telling me what to think, for fuck's sake. Just let me watch the fucking movie. I know, I should just ignore it. I just get exhausted by it. I get exhausted because I'm like, you know, I know the story. I don't really need to watch the movie. I'm probably going to, but the marketing and the advertisement for the movie makes me not want to watch it. Makes me feel like I'm being fucking manipulated. Which, of course, I am. But, you know, all the time. So it probably shouldn't bother me so much. Like, why am I so focused on this one time that I'm being manipulated? Amazon manipulates me every day. They manipulate me into buying habits I otherwise wouldn't have. Which is probably a lot worse. I thought Rogue One was the greatest story ever told. Rogue One isn't even a story. You know, Time Stop? Some. I feel slimy marketing, and I try not to do it. I do it. I market myself. I mean, look at me. I'm streaming on Twitch. I market myself. I've had to accept that. I still don't enjoy it. I try to keep it organic. But, you know, life is complicated. But you know what I'll never be is someone whose career is marketing shit. And that's why those people will always have more money than me. So, you know, who's... They're laughing their way all the way to the bank while I sit at the starting line going, yeah, but I have dignity. And they're like, that's great, I have a paycheck. So, you know, it's all a value judgment. You know, I've actually been slowly coming around on Foundation to Square. I've been slowly coming around on it. It changes a lot, but once I got past the sort of initial discomfort of the first few episodes, I like the changes they've made, and I was spot on with why they did what they did with Cleon. Being able to keep Lee Pace as a character through multiple generations while making jumps of 35 to 50 years is actually fairly effective. It is. No, it is Jock 21. I have a degree in business administration, and as part of that, I took several courses in marketing. Or as I call them, classes in hating myself and being sad. And some of the concepts that are discussed in these courses are fucking nauseating. Some of the basic concepts of marketing. Obviously not everyone agrees with me, or this would be more heavily publicized, but some of the basic concepts of being a marketer really upset me as far as human autonomy goes. It is the art of manipulation. In theory, it is the art of informing the customer of the features of the product, because the customer, the modern customer, is an intelligent individual who operates with maximum information. And they'll tell you that in the beginning of these courses, and then they'll go, haha, that's funny, throw that out, people are stupid, and that's the rest of what it is. It's like, yeah, it's a great theory, it's not real. Now let's talk about how to deny that information to the customer as much as possible. God, I did nothing with that degree. Nor will I, more than likely. Well, that's not true. I didn't do nothing with it. I do run a small business, but I don't know. It doesn't excite me, that part of it. The creation that excites me. Oh yeah, no, you're different. You're special, Manrofasol. Oh, I don't mean to cast aspersions on anyone individually. It's just not for me. I'm just building up these yellows into something that I can work with for a final round of highlighting. I can get my yellows and my brass done today, which I got about 25 minutes. I can get some good work done on that. I'm going to switch off to titanium white. Oh, I appreciate that, Manro. You know, there are worse careers. But if I continue on this line of thinking, I'm just going to be like, no, money is bad, and nobody wants to fucking listen to that. That's goddamn nonsense. Down with capitalism. Goo, goo. What a boring load of shit. Which, ultimately, if we bring this full circle, is why I have devoted so much of my life to what I'm doing right now. To just enjoying myself in artistic pursuits and fantasy worlds. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. And I'm going to keep doing it. The world out there is a flaming shithole. And it's going to be a flaming shithole no matter what I think about it and no matter what I do. So has there ever been a better time to engage in rampant escapism? I propose not. Oh, yeah, the financial sector is its own whole barrel of monkeys. But then you know that. I wish that life were more fair. I wish that things were more equitable. But, as they say, you can wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first. So, I paint fantasy men in oil, and you know what? I have a fucking good time doing it. And I stream on Twitch. And you find people come out and hang out with me, and that is one of my great pleasures in life at this point, is getting to spend some time talking about art, talking about movies, talking about video games, talking about 3D printing. Oh, what's up, Asbury? How you doing? Just wake up? If wishers were horses, we'd all be eating wish meat. I don't think that's... no. I don't think that's a saying. Wasn't that a modification of a Dwight Schruteism? I wonder if Steela's awake yet. She's probably off having her coffee. God, I hope she's having her coffee. Mad woman comes onto Twitch before she has her coffee. It's ridiculous. I'm really liking the sword hilt right now. This has been a good development. I'm glad you think so, White Wolf. I'm, you know, just trying to push my average up as far as the quality of my paint jobs go. I've been relatively successful lately, and that's a good feeling. I stagnated a lot this year. Those of you who've been in the stream watching me paint, I think probably know. My painting quality stagnated a lot this year. I don't feel like I did a lot of growing. And then last couple of months, I've had like a burst of growth that I've been very, very excited with. Sometimes you plateau like that for a little while, you know? And honestly, if it hadn't been for this stream, and let me just say this, guys, to everybody out there who might be in the chat right now, thank you. Some of you may be new. Many of you are regular viewers. And I really have to personally thank you. Because if it weren't for this stream, if it weren't for the motivation to keep getting on and keep painting even the days when I didn't feel like it, even the times when I felt like I wasn't making any progress, I wouldn't have then started making the progress that I am enjoying now. So honestly, thank you. That has always been the purpose of this stream, and I'm delighted that it's working. Just keep me going. Keep me going in times when I otherwise might not. Yeah, that'll happen, Captain Gingerbeard. That'll really happen. You think you would have gotten into oils if you weren't streaming? That's hard to say, Shock21. I mean, things like that are impossible to say for sure, obviously, because I did. But, quite possibly not. Maybe later, but maybe not by this point. Because this was very much influenced by a few particular streamers. By Wapelius, Steel Rebel, and Matt Yee, who I would not have become involved with on any personal level had it not been for streaming on Twitch. No, right now I'm just really, really happy with that sword hilt. I think it looks pretty great. It'll look even better when I, paint the rest of the damn model. But the shapes are really coming out, you know? And that's another way to handle it too, Captain Gingerbeard. Wearing a paper bag on his head? It is, here, I'll show you the picture. It's a helmet. It's also going to be metal. It's got like a prow shape to it, you can see from the front. It's a priest's helm. It'll look better when I get any color on it at all. But I'm focusing on my yellows and my warm colors to start with. Now, I want to do some whites on the fabric parts, but I want to keep this real restrained. So let's see if we can do that. Real restrained. Just a few bright spots to sell the slightly reflective nature of the threading. Not much. I don't want it to look like it's actual metal. Just shiny. Hey, Phaedros X, how you doing today? We're having a good day over here. I think I'm painting well, and you know what? That's something. Because we don't always like what we do we? You don't always feel like you're painting well, do you? Sometimes you paint and you get frustrated. Sometimes you paint and you think to yourself, why can't I get this right? It doesn't look like it does in my head. Right now, things are working out for me. And it's important to take those moments and appreciate them. Take a moment to remind everyone, Storm Report limit, yes, it is 1. 1 is the limit for the Storm Report, though, for those of you who may not know, you can redeem 10,000 channel points right here in the chat. If you go down below the chat, you can find a place to go ahead and redeem those for this just in, which will give you up to 2 extra entries in the Storm Report if you have more that you wish to share. It's really just part of our effort to get the Storm Report a little... It's gotten pretty big lately. Eats up a fair amount of time at the end of my night, so we're just trying to keep it a little bit more refined than it has been. Though, you are always welcome to do, like, collage-style pictures. So you can take a bunch of pictures and combine them into one, and that still only counts as 1 entry. I do encourage people to do that. We have encouraged people in the past, but this seems like a better way to get you to actually do it. Ease that out a little bit. That's a little stark, isn't it? That looks a little more natural. I'm really liking this. Plus the daily. Yes, yes, yes. Plus the daily. We'll get the rules updated on the Storm Report page. Get them a little bit more clear. It's been a while since we've done a redux of those. Is shaking tonight. There we go. One week, 2 weeks, a little while. It's all just time. It's all just time. Gear Falcon did redeem this just in, as did SP Firestarter. I'm sorry for the confusion on that one, Manor of Assault. We changed the close time back to, you can post up to the point that I actually start the Storm Report itself. That we did that once or twice where it closed at the beginning of the stream, introduced some unnecessary confusion, and it wound up being awkward, so we did away with that. Basically, I'm taking something that was working just fine, and I'm overcomplicating it. Don't we all? Oh, to square. Thank you. I've been slouching and not getting my... So I'm actually getting a new chair here, hopefully this week. The wife is going to be taking this chair, which is better than her current one, and I'm going to be getting a new one. Which was not my idea, that was her suggestion. I just agreed to it, that's all. Ooh, a couple of hydrates, huh? Well, let me see what I can do for you. Appreciate you gents getting me a drink. I should get a bottle of water. I'm definitely thinking, yeah. I think Kursala, you suggested red for these tassels. I'm kind of liking that idea. The purple, gold, red will be an interesting combo. The other option is green, but if, like, green wouldn't look very regal, it would just make him look kind of like the Joker. You know, anytime you do purple and green, you kind of wind up looking like the Joker. I'm doing a little bit of green in the form of these turquoise bits, but I don't know about more green. That's asking for trouble, it seems like. Why am I using this shitty brush? Like, I've been doing this for a while. I have nicer brushes that I got specifically for this purpose, and I just keep not switching to them, so I'm gonna switch to my, my newer and tighter Game Envy Phalanx Synthetic. There we go. Has everybody seen the new Batman trailer, by the way? We watched it last night on our little movie watch night on the Discord. I'm excited. As much as I sit here and I go, oh, Dune is for doo-doo heads, I'm over here like, the next Batman movie is going to be the best thing ever. So, you know, take my opinions with a grain of salt. It's possible that I'm a pop culture obsessed moron. A brain-addled, nerve attenuation syndrome suffering goon. But it looks good. I was thinking about watching the Planet of the Apes movies again. The last ones, well, I think Matt Reeves has done things since then. That was a while ago, but those movies were really good.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It truly is an incredibly efficient conversion. Turns out it doesn't take much. A curmudgeon, you say? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. It's possible. I might be overdoing this. I realize that as I'm doing it, like, I might be overdoing the gold on this fabric, but you know what? He's gonna be spectacular. Spectacular golden god. Priest, whatever. I just figure since these gold bits are going to be kind of the most interesting on most of the figure, I might as well devote some time to doing them right. Because the purple should be fairly flat, it's just fabric, and then this is like, I figure like a metallic thread for all these gold details. It's kind of why I want to do this dude spectacular, because the only forces that the Theist Priest can lead are Sicarii, which are just like psychotic, suicidal religious fanatics, and peasant militia. So they're all gonna be like shitty looking, and then there's gonna be this dude in his resplendent robes commanding them. I haven't seen the Green Knight yet to Square. I have not seen the Green Knight yet, and I want to. Basically, anytime A24 does anything, I want to watch whatever it is. I don't always enjoy it, but I do want to watch it. Well, we're coming up on the storm report. I better hurry if I want to get this part done. My hands are shaking tonight. Now, for anybody out there who might have trouble with shaky hands, and I know that there's probably at least one of you in chat right now, you should pay attention to what I'm doing, because my hands are shaking something wicked tonight. But it is possible to work around this. Most of what I'm doing is I'm making my hands into one solid unit, so that the shaking doesn't matter. See, I've got the heel of my palm pressed in against the bottom of my hand, I got my pinky braced up here, and so all the motion is in my fine manipulation up here, these fingers. Index, thumb, and ring. Middle, not ring, sorry. This is one of the best and easiest ways. Also, my elbows are planted firmly on the table in like a little A shape. I've got an A-frame going on. Elbows down, hands together. Even with shaky hands, you can also do precise work. Obviously, there are people out there who do much more precise work than I do, but at least this precise. More along the edge here where it's going to catch the light. I always have an imaginary light source in my head, but I'm trying to do this too, and in this case it's kind of coming from to his right and behind him. Dumb foe! I do love foe. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. It is going pretty well. I'm having a pretty good painting day. I'm not finishing this model tonight by any stretch of the imagination, but I've made really, really good progress on all the brassy and gold parts. Well, most of them anyway. I'll check out the Green Knight, though, and maybe we could do some streaming. I wouldn't mind streaming, The Lighthouse. I love that movie. Actually, that could get uncomfortable now that I think about it. It's a fairly intense film. Oop, my first major flub of the night. I'll have to fix that up in a bit. Oh well, I'll leave it for now. The Lighthouse is a great movie. This is a great model. I honestly think that the Theist Priest is one of the best models in the 100 Kingdoms range. Oh yeah, Dumb Foe. This is one of the 100 Kingdoms figures from Conquest. The Last Argument of Kings. I have quite a number of those figures on my desk right now, as well as their 3D printed Old Market Road cobblestone bases that I have put together for them with the little regiment connectors. Working on the Raptor Riders from Wahadron. I keep stopping myself from buying those ones, dumb foe. Those models are fucking amazing. I'm like, no. I am going to paint the 100 Kingdoms, damn it. I'm gonna paint all my 100 Kingdoms before I go buying any fucking Raptor riding orcs. They're so awesome. But I gotta hold myself to some kind of standard. That, and I'm kind of holding out for the Free States to be released. I want big nasty Minotaurs, man. Oh yeah, the Apex Predator nanotanks. But by the way, if there's anybody in chat right now who doesn't know, who's interested, just narrow this down. If you're interested in fantasy wargaming, if you're interested in rank and flank, first of all, take a look at Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings. It's an amazing game. I should mention that you can go ahead and enter Thunderhead at their eShop to get 10% off your order. There's that. There is a faction composed of orcs with kind of like a South American stylistic flair to them, who ride dinosaurs. And they're fucking awesome looking dinosaurs. They're like the more modern interpretation of dinosaurs, where they've got like feathers and manes. And the models are so gorgeous. They're stupid. Go check them out. Even if you're not interested in the game, just go look up the Conquest Apex Predator, that new model. It's an incredible figure. Just for the sake of, like, if you like models. Sir Squirrely, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Well, we'll see if I ever get around to making myself any Wahadrun. But the only two factions in Conquest that I'm not really interested in painting, the only three factions, are the Weaver Elves, the Dweghom Dwarves, and the Nords. They just don't really do anything for me. I like the 100 Kingdoms, though. I like the Spires. You're gonna see me painting some Spire Elves at some point. Oh, it's not a cheap model. No, but it's a gorgeous one. Shut up to Square. You shut your mouth. God damn it. Let's see, like, even when I'm doing this, I've got my pinky and my ring finger braced against my other hand. Which is part of the reason that, and I'm not able to use it right now because I'm a dummy, but
there's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
I have this 3D printable magnetic paint grip. It's going to be for sale through Steel Warrior Studios here pretty shortly, but that's the purpose of these trigger grips, in case anybody was wondering about that. I know a few people did ask about it. Is for you to kind of brace your other hand against the heel of your palm, so that you don't have to stress quite so much when you've got a funny angle. You can also remove this and just kind of claw grip the entire mini, so you've got good bracing points to then paint from. Oh, damn it, Sphere's here. He heard me talking shit. I mean, the Dweghom are great. They're wonderful. I love them. No, I think the Dweghom are actually really, really cool. They've got awesome designs. It's just for my personal aesthetic, they don't really grab me. I don't know what that says about me, that I am more into the generic pseudo-historical fantasy humans. Oh yeah, with the Twitch payout that landed yesterday, White Wolf, we have hit the goal. We have hit the donation goal, so it is gone. We have paid for the game room streaming upgrades, which hopefully I'll be able to actually use here in the near future. Needs a little bit of work yet, and I've been kind of lazy about getting the final parts fixed up. Though hopefully we'll be able to get some games over Thanksgiving. This is the goal. Have a mailing list for these STL things so we'd know when they are for... Wait, which ones? Talking about the bases, Manrufasol? If you're asking about files from me, it's always just a good idea to be on my Discord and follow me on Instagram. Those are the two places you are likely to get those updates. The paint handles, yes, also there. Those are... What am I waiting on? Those are pretty much ready to release. I'm going to drop those and this oil painting palette at the same time. They're simple. It's going to be like a couple of dollars to pick it up, and it's just to kind of help me recoup costs for time spent in development. Oh shit, yeah, it's time for the storm report. Oh, I'm almost done. Hang on. We'll get there. We'll get there, guys. Just do this sleeve. Turns out I'm painting like really, really slow tonight, but I think all that I've done has been pretty good. Here's the thing is, I've never really been into dwarf factions in any fantasy game, so they don't appeal to me. But even I am forced to recognize that of the dwarven factions there are for fantasy war games, they're easily among the coolest. The Dweghom are quite neat, and they have some cool lore behind them, too. I gotta give Parabellum one thing, they have some significant lore behind all of their factions, and it's very impressive. Even the 100 Kingdoms have really quite a lot of lore on their website. Not to mention there's a fully fledged world map, there's a living world campaign going on, like... They're not kidding. They're making a war game. They're not just making a war game, they're making a fucking universe that they intend to support, and that in and of itself is exciting. Alright. Let's take one last look at our work for tonight before we phase over into the storm report. So what we did was we put down some base colors, and I'm likely to get some more work done on these later in the evening. We did burnt umber over pretty much everything. Only the robes were really, the purple of the robes were really done at the start of tonight. We've got some gold work done up here, but this is all fairly unfinished. Close to finished would be our gold over here on this hand, as well as the hilt of the sword. Riot Sister, have a fantastic night. Enjoy your dinner, and thank you so much for being here as always. 22, I know. Yeah, alright, Severe. Mark me on this one, man. I'm calling bullshit on 22 factions. I love Parabellum. I love them. I think they're doing a great job. I'm calling bullshit on 22 factions. 22 factions in a game is fucking crazy. I have no doubt that they have ideas for 22 factions. I'm gonna call it they never make it to a full 22 factions. Or if they don't make it to well, I guess they could. If they last for like 20 years, maybe they could. But even that would be asking so much. I feel like the complication of it would kill the game before then. But then, okay, this sleeve from the back, pretty well done. And then most of our gold work here on these back tassels is pretty much done. So what do we think? Is it effective? What's funny is I didn't do the purple on these. I did the purple around them. I didn't do the purple on the inside, so I have to come back and do that still. Yeah, Roland, Battletech had 60, but a Battletech faction is just writing another name in a book and going, look, it's a faction, you don't have to balance shit. A new faction for Conquest involves a whole line of specialized models and rules. This is completely different. So my question for you guys in chat right now, and please do give me your judgment. Does this brassy gold on these fabric parts, do you buy that as like a reflective thread, or does it look too much like I'm trying to paint just straight metal? works, I'm glad to hear it, Manro. Ooh, Robin with the hot take. Think it could go either way. Maybe I might dull it down a little bit. And actually, I noticed I didn't do my blend here, so let me do that real quick. There we go. A little bit of a crosshatch pattern. That's an interesting idea, Vergataro. Just a few little spots, just to indicate that it is woven. I like that. I like that a lot for Gadarung. Thank you for making that suggestion. I'm probably going to figure out how I can work that in a little bit. Okay. I think this is some pretty good work for tonight. I'm probably going to continue this over the next 24 hours and see how much more I can get done on them. I'm going to do something kind of interesting, I think, with the metal parts here. I'm going to bring it from this brown into kind of a red brown, and then from that red brown into a blue. So we're going to have warm shadows on the bottom going up into cool highlights on the top. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out yet, but I'm definitely going to lean into the NMM that I've been doing elsewhere. I really think this figure is going to look good when I'm done with him. I'm going to introduce some more interesting colors. I'm going to do kind of just like a cream color here for his underrobes, and then I'm thinking a little splash of red over here on these scrolls that are going to get highlighted up, and then some splashes of red on these little tassels that are just kind of hanging. And then we'll have some blue here and some blue here. I guess I could do those in red instead. Well, I'm going to let him sit. I'm going to let him sit, and then I'll decide. Either way, damn good progress in my opinion. I feel pretty good about this. Ooh, doggy. So we're going to be a little bit late to the Storm Report tonight. I do apologize. Folks, I need to take one quick break. I'm going to make it no more than 5 minutes. But, it's either that or I explode halfway through the Storm Report. So give me just a minute. I will be right back. We will roll on into it. We'll take a look at what you guys have been sharing with us. And I'm pretty damned excited for some of them. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a second. Please, please. Mr. Head is my father. Oh my god. Suicide Prinny, what's up, man? How you doing? Alright, let me get my stuff cleaned up just a little bit here. Love. I can now just take the oil palette and set it to the side and not have to go through a whole big rigmarole. One last glance at our work for tonight. I'm feeling pretty good about this guy so far. Kind of contemplating my strategy as I work up into the rest of the torso and start to do some of the finer detailing. I think the turquoise is a good choice. I think the turquoise and the red, kind of on opposite sides of this guy, are going to serve to balance him interestingly. So, Rockin' Robin. Soon, because I finally feel confident enough with the oils to dig into my Eowyn and Mary, or Mary and Durnhelm, as the case may be. I picked this up a little while ago. I have not built it yet, but I need to do it because I want to add it to my Rohan collection. I do have... Where is he? Where's my hammer? Why do I have so many models? This is a stupid problem to have. Well, I painted Aemir. Apparently that's all you need to know. I would show him. He might be in the game room. I might have moved him out there with the rest of my Lord of the Rings stuff. Well, and eventually, when I get around to doing my damn Spire Elves, I'm gonna have to paint up this big horrific freak. That'll be a good time. Ant, monster, bug, man, elephant, beast. And as some of you may recall, I picked up Monsterpocalypse a little while ago. In fact, right when I started oil painting. I think some of the first oil painting I did was on Monpoc. And I've learned quite a lot since then. I kind of got stalled on the painting project, but I have this guy primed up and ready to go. I've got a number of figures to dig into on these single-figure focus painting nights on Sundays, but I want to get back to this guy now that I have practice with oil painting, because I'm starting to become excited about what I can actually do with this. Oh yeah, the Abomination's huge. Dumb foe, he's like... Let's see. Here's our Abomination. Here's our Theist Priest. Yeah, the monster figures in Conquest are really fucking huge. This is a really cool kit. There's a lot of posability to it. I definitely have some critiques on how it was put together, and I hope that they improve this model kit in future releases. But yeah, this is in the starter box, by the way. For those of you who might be curious about Conquest, this is one of the figures you get in the 2-player starter set. This is part of the Spire Elves faction. You get this guy, you get a Ferromancer, who, honestly, maybe I'll make the Ferromancer one of my next single-figure focus nights. It's a really, really cool model. He has this interesting combination of Giger-esque, like, biomechanoid stuff with, like, a World War I gas mask look. It's very, very unique, and I think we could have some fun with oils on that. But, yeah, you get the Abomination, you get a couple of Brute drones who I have not built, who are also pretty big, and then you get a bunch of Force-grown drones, who are like mindless cloned slugs, basically. There are a lot of really, really interesting figures in Conquest, and I hope to be able to show you quite a number of them as I work through the painting log, as it were. I get really self-conscious about how fast I paint sometimes, and I'm trying to just do away with that. I like to pretend that you fine folk like to just come out and watch me paint no matter what it is I'm painting, but, you know, I know that we all have our interests. We're going to be doing a little bit of Battletech on Tuesday, because I got to paint up my trench foot, but we'll talk more about that later. Let's go ahead and do the Storm Report, shall we, folks? Yeah, I know, Gingerbeard. It's... yeah.
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
let's see what we've got tonight. Oh, it looks like a big one. I better get through it. Here we have from Roland up first. Dude, Robin, let me know when you do. Please. From Roland up first, we have a Commando battle mech being done up in his Eridani Light Horse colors, which I'm really quite liking. Roland, we gotta get you like a photo booth, man. We gotta just like start a collection and drop like $30 on a photo booth. Really though, I continue to like this combination of the green and khaki. It's a little, hang on, let me see if I can blow it up just a little bit here. Oh yeah, it's a little bit better detailed. That new Commando mech. It like, you know, I like so many things I have edgy opinions on. I have my complaints about CGL and some of the things they've done. But credit where due, some of their new redesigns are fantastic. I like the Commando is one of my least favorite mechs. Least favorite Mech Warrior Online redesigns. The new version of mechs that PGI did. I never liked their Commando. It's so boxy and so janky. And of all the mechs in the entirety of BattleTech, the Commando is one that needs to look human the most. That's its design. And when you make it boxy and you take away its flexibility, it looks like shit. This is such a great halfway between the old, really, really curvy Commando and the more modern boxy designs. It's just pleasing to the eye. And it's always pleasing to see a new one getting some paint thrown down on it. Too wide. Oh, the MWO one. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. On a ship from China. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Roland. Photo box will do you a lot of good, man. Taking pictures of minis is just about as hard as painting them in the first place. Here we have from Squared, just need detail work and basing. So we mentioned this game briefly earlier tonight. For those of you who might be unaware, these minis are from Revelation Skirmish from White Light Media, which is, now you may know of other games like this. This is the first game I know of that is... Oh, my Mars 2 got done printing. I'm excited about that. Hey, how you doing, Ming? I keep forgetting what I'm supposed to call you every time I see your name, and my head just goes Ming, like Ming the Merciless. I hope you don't mind. There are far worse people in the world, far worse characters to be compared to than Ming the Merciless, Max von Sydow himself. Excuse me, losing my voice a little bit. So yeah, these are from Revelation Skirmish by White Light Media. It is an entirely 3D printable game. Johnny, gotcha. If you have a resin 3D printer and you're interested in mech combat in a combined arms universe, as in a game that reasonably balances tanks, infantry, and mechs, go check it out. The prices cannot be beat. The fact is, you can buy all the files from them and 3D print your whole own force. It has a good set of rules, and it is reasonably balanced. And for those of you who played a lot of tabletop war games, you know how rare that is. Guys, I suggest you go check it out. I love these minis. These are all from the Core Republic faction, being done up in his own custom scheme. A very interesting one, with the asymmetrical white and pink. And I saw what you did with the pommel tank, too. I like that. I like the color scheme overall. This is nice, simple, effective contrast paints. I'm curious what you're going to wind up doing with the basing. Okay, it's a very pinkish purple, to be fair. It's very, very pink. I've got Mystic Thunder, don't I? I have Mystic Thunder right here. This is a pink, sir. I'm holding a bottle of it in my hand. It's a purplish pink. I think probably the, it looks like we've got kitchen lighting on it, is probably making it appear a little bit more... No, it's purple. It's purplish. I am quite well, Johnny. Thank you for saying so. I'm digging it, though. I'm digging it. I wonder what you're going to do for the basing. Because with these colors, an interesting, maybe a cool color, like a jade. Ooh, yeah. I'm liking the idea of that. I don't know what you've considered for the basing so far, but if you did just like some flocking and dirt, and then painted it like a really, really, really deep red, and I'm talking basically black with a little bit of red in it, and then dry brushed up through green into turquoise for like a blue-green. Think like olivine. You could get a really, really cool contrast. Now, do what you want, do what you want. I'm just saying, that's what occurs to me when I look at this. That's what excites me when I think about what colors would contrast well here. Here we have from Kursala, I changed the cannon fire flames to butane torch flames, and I like the idea, but the execution needs some work. It just takes practice. It just takes practice, Kursala. Would you like critique? Would you like further critique? Because I'm happy to give it. And I can see something right off the bat. Okay. So, we have shifted, in a positive way, our highlights closer to the source of the flame, and our shadows further away. It's kind of counterintuitive way once you're used to painting minis to paint fire. Always the brightest point is going to be closest to the nozzle, closest to the source, because that's how fire works. And as fire moves away from the source, it gets darker and moves away from white. Now, this shift is good. We have our purples and our dark red out here. We have our blues and our higher colors in here. First of all, you can go closer to white if you want, and there's one more shift you need to make, and that is, again, counterintuitive. The deepest parts of the sculpt should be the brightest, and the furthest out parts of the sculpt should be the darkest. Basically, take everything you know about highlighting and reverse it for doing fire. Because if you took these colors and swapped them so that it was bright blue down here, dark blue up here, and then it was that kind of lavender on the deep parts, and then the dark purple on the outer parts, that would be perfect. Just perfect. Johnny, you can follow any art. No, this is not at all limited to just minis. It does need to be safe for work, as noted by Data Nerd. We do not have an NSFW section. I'll tell you, there are plenty of discords for that, though. All in all, looking nice, though. I continue to love this gray with the warm shadows in it, Kursala. This is the one you were going for. Let me take a look real quick. Okay, I see. That's an interesting one. Yeah, because that is a little darker down toward the source. Huh. I don't understand the science of that well enough to make a recommendation. All I can say is what looks
Welcome
right, what
everyone
looks the most effective.
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Do not show me your genitals. This is one of the first things we established here on the stream is absolutely necessary. I'm going onto the internet and I'm saying, hey, internet people, send me pictures of things. I know the first thing you thought of, even the relatively normal ones amongst you, was, I'm going to take a picture of my junk. Don't do it. Don't do it. For the love of God. Here we have from Nanotanks, Captain Kraken is done. Ooh, yes. This is a cool figure. This is very, very cool. I love the basing choice on it too. Simple, effective. Gets across the notion he's standing on a dock or the deck of a ship. Not too much detail, nothing to distract from. We have a few good channels for that, Johnny. We have 2D art channels, 3D art channels, miniature channels, and you can always post to the Storm Report. If you want to get something shown, we do close the Storm Report when the Storm Report actually starts, but after the stream, that channel will be reset. So if you post in it right afterwards, it'll be the first thing we look at. Tuesday, yeah, that's when I stream. They're good minis, and it's a good game, SP Firestarter. You will not be disappointed. Really, really like the red. These are some nice, soft highlights. That it's so different from what I've been doing lately that I find it really appealing. I'm kind of uncomfortable with the fleshy tones we have in here, but I'd like to point out, as far as I know I talk a lot about temperature contrast, look at the temperature contrast between this livid, fleshy pink, and I'm really uncomfortable looking at all the little, like, grabules and digestive nodules in here. And then the green. Look at that contrast with the green. You can just, like, so much of miniature painting is getting your viewer to see the details of the model. To really see every little detail of the model, or at least the details that you want them to. And you can so your eye can just naturally delineate between the two sections of this because of that temperature contrast. That is remarkably effective, lovely soft highlighting job on the green too. Really, really like this red, particularly against the black. The beard is nice and soft. If there were any part of the mini that I would push more, if I had to, it would be the beard. And it's just because that hair has this natural kind of oily sheen to it that it's really difficult to capture. I'm not good at painting hair. A little more sheen to the beard. Man, would that ever set it off. The face looks good. The hat looks good. I love the puffy darted sleeves. God damn, this is a good looking... Oh, look at this. It looks like we got maybe some blue or even purple shadows in on the green too at the deepest points. Like, really look at this cloak and how the green pops out at you. I'm telling you, there's some blue or some purple down here in the shadows. Lovely. Lovely work, Nanotanks. Here we have from Sam Mini. Here is a little advance on the Barbarian. From the Barbarian girl from Diablo 3. And oh yeah, that non-metallic metalwork down on the boots is really coming together. Now, before we had seen a lot of the work was done on the shoulder, the chest plate, and most of the flesh it looks like you had been working on before. So there's not a lot of change there. It looks like maybe some work on the leather straps. I continue to love the variation in color across the flesh tones. This is not something I'm good at, Sam Mini. So when I look at this, I want you to know, like, I'm filing this away in my in my reference folder. Oh god, that was a terrible joke. In my inspiration reference folder is where this is going. It's the kind of rawness down here on the knees, the sort of discoloration and the temperature shift across the belly and the thigh. It's just so effective and so natural, isn't it? When I see her knees, when I see the redness on her knees, you know what I think is that she's in a cold environment. That's what it says to me. That and the little bit of flush to her cheeks. I feel like she's in the frozen north, and I'm getting that just from the skin tone. And this is the magic of miniature painting, is the ability to suggest all these things that aren't there through something as simple as color choice. It's really, really very cool. Loving the non-metallic metal work. The boots are really coming together. They're very intricate, very detailed. The delineation between the metal and the warmth of the fur is nice. I don't think we hadn't done that before, so I couldn't really tell that. I continue to really like this shoulder pad with the warm, cool contrast. Very effective. Sam Mini, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Please feel free to continue posting updates. I love this mini, and the work you're doing on it is just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. If this were a statue, like an 8-inch tall statue, I'd go, I could do that. I could do that much space. That much space, I could blend anything. This is not that big. This is, what is this, 75 millimeter? Maybe more? It's got to be close to that. This is some intricate and excellent work, Sam Mini, and thank you for sharing. Oh, by the way, I wanted to mention, I love how, as far as color composition goes, and the repetition of colors across the mini, the overall composition, I want to note that this red we have here on the loincloth, so far as I can see, is only repeated in her hair. But when you put a color on a mini, it helps to have it someplace else. It can often be awkward, unless you're doing it on purpose, to have a color that only appears in one place on the mini. Visually, you can create a nice balance by repeating it someplace in a shape. And we have this just straight up and down shape with the red here and the red here. Very nicely done. It looks so real, right? Captain Gingerbeard? It helps that it's a good model, but it's also very well painted. Here we have from the Amish Stig. The camera managed to capture every cleaning imperfection those mole eyes of mine missed. Huh. It's kind of like that, isn't it? And I have to tweak the slicer settings a bit more, but I've done it. A successful miniature printed at a layer height of 0.025 millimeters, done on a nearly stock Ender 5. Oh, damn, really? An Ender 5? Oh. The only modifications to date remain vibration dampening feet and heat sinks for the XY steppers. For scale, the opening this grot is popping out of is slightly narrower than a dime, no thicker than nickel. Ooh, how North American specific. Oh, it is just a little fella, isn't it? What are you doing with this? What is the purpose of this model? Is he coming out of a tank, or are you doing something silly? I have to wonder. That's not bad for FDM. That's not bad at all. Very nice print, and teeny fucking tiny. I'm pretty continually amazed at the detail people can get out of FDM printers. Now, don't get me wrong, I've gotten good detail out of them. A lot of you have seen my FDM printed mechs, which I'm pretty proud of. P-words. But, damn. Popping out of the hatch on the tank is okay, he's an accessory for that. Nicely done, Amish Stig. Very nicely done. Alright, here we have from White Wolf for Setup Sunday Desk Invasion Edition. He asked, and I let him take over the painting side of my desk, so that title is more clickbait than reality. Oh, aren't they all? I think we got him hooked, though, which is a good thing. He's rather enjoying it. Hubby's building Bandai's Figure Rise Standard Ultimate Sun Gohan, the non-Super Saiyan version Ka Endless Waltz Custom. But that's not right. Anyway. I'm continuing the work on my Master Grade Strike Rouge with Uturi pack. Kind of like how his side isn't an absolute chaos. I already know next payday we're getting him some more tools. Oh, I do love the kit. Oh, he's enjoying it, so we'll get him a pair of single blade nippers. Get some needle files while you're at it, man. I still do love those lights. This is on my list at some point. Just the reverse arch is I feel like two of those. I feel like two of those would be just perfect. Just perfect. You know what they say. Nope, can't come up with a clever saying. Damn it, I hate it when I do that. Like, I'm gonna come up with a joke as I say it, and that just crashed on takeoff. You know what they say? Witty, clever remark. Am I right? Yeah, I am. Really, though, it's always wonderful to see people finding that common ground in their hobby. There's so much love in a hobby like this, and when two people share it, because it's the kind of thing where it's like you get it or you don't, and when people get it, it's a magical feeling, isn't it? Just magical. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. Not too much to show off today. Got a Mordor wizard and some black Numenorians. Ooh, Numenorians, the fallen men of Middle-earth. I love the little splash of red for the wizardy, warlock, magic-y, evil orc man. Nice use of a good vivid green. More muted green would absolutely get lost in a mini like this, but the two little splashes of red and the one little splash of green, looks like maybe a little bit more red over here, is very effective, particularly when the green is only repeated down here on the base. Much cooler than the old Minorians. Oh, God, it's a joke that Shock 21 told. It's so clever, oh god. Expressing things I can't go any thinner without rounding errors. And it runs on 8s. Yeah, you are limited in that sense, Amish Stig. I was gonna say that, Robin. These are old models. And anybody who's been a part of this hobby long enough knows that, we were talking about trends in model painting. How about trends in model making, trends in model sculpting? I love old Hammer. I love old style Games Workshop figures, particularly for Warhammer 40k. But, and there are styles in the new models that I actively dislike. But some of the old models were just jank. Some of the old models were just jank. These ones aren't. These ones have really, really cool detail, but I'm like, if you're a modern model builder, you can look at these and tell kind of how trends have moved and changed. And a lot of these figures, particularly for the old orc models. I like the old Space Marine models, but apparently, there's not that much love for them. The Lord of the Rings minis in particular from Games Workshop have always been what are true scale, which is to say everybody is scaled relatively properly for what they would be at full size, as opposed to Warhammer, which is heroic scale, where like the heads are larger than they should be, the hands are larger than certain aspects of them are exaggerated, and they can just look funny when you're used to a certain type of sculpting. I love the way you've differentiated between the black fabric and then the reflective metal of their armor. Nice little splashes of color for their flesh tones. Well done overall, Robin, and good job kind of framing them against that common base. Very nicely done. Oh my god, excuse me, that was terrible. I went to stifle my burp, and what I did was I made a little tunnel and I amplified it into the microphone. That was precisely the opposite of what I was trying to do. Here we have from Shock21, feeling pretty close to finished with the trench foot. Oh, I'm so excited to see somebody painting one up. Not sold on the vegetation I glued to the figure, that might come off, and I think I need some darker gray added to the missile smoke trails. 2 assembly mistakes I made. Should have done most of the missile painting and added the flock to the figure before attaching the missiles. Yeah, that is a good idea. That is, in fact, a good idea. Yeah, that was a pro move, Sumitha. Absolutely. Yeah, darker gray. Definitely. Some white smoke is fine, but as you move further away from the flame, make it darker gray, like darker gray here, and then move that up. So like the dark gray starts higher on this one, and then here, and then maybe just against the base here. I'm loving the look of the missile waves firing out of the back. Really good job on the effect on the cockpit here. Wonderful use of the rude hand. Yeah, definitely consider doing like a different color on the base. I'm just saying consider it. I know that you did a camo pattern, and this is effective with the camo pattern to make it look like he's blending into his environment. But it also kind of visually blends together, doesn't it? And this is like the opposite of what we're trying to do with minifigures most of the time. I think it looks good. I would just say consider putting some contrast into the base. I like the camo pattern though. Looks like you blended some of the edges in more effectively. That's working pretty well. This is the first painted trench foot. I haven't even painted one yet. This is also like the prototype trench foot before he got his missile box moved. This may be the only trench foot of this model that will ever be painted. I say that like obviously this is going to become a staple of mech painters everywhere. I mean, it won't, but kind of cool. Shock21, thank you so much, by the way, for taking the time to work on this guy and giving the feedback that you did. It absolutely helped me finalize this design, which will be available from Steel Warrior Studios pretty damn soon. Hopefully we'll see one from Zombie Brush Studios here pretty soon. Oh, Wheezy. A few weeks ago I shared my first ever mini with a face. Let's call it Zombie Han Solo on the left. Decided to give it another try. It is better, quite a bit better, I think, but there's still room for improvement. Paint is a bit thick and it's on top of a few layers from my first attempt. I'm sure my next face will be quite a bit better. Any tips? Should I attempt actual eyeballs? That is a hell of a lot better. That is a shitload better. Like, I don't mean to besmirch your original effort, but the shapes of this face are so much clearer to me. He looks like a fucking human. The tones are right on. As far as painting eyes, if you want to, it's eyes are tricky. I'm gonna say this. You never have to paint eyes if you don't want to. You can get away with never painting eyes on essentially any mini at this scale, and it's never gonna look wrong. I agree, Shock21, the eyes on the first one aren't bad. They're actually halfway decent. They could use a little bit of correction in that the pupil needs to move slightly up. The pupil is almost always partially covered by the upper lid of the eye, and if you're able to see the top curvature on someone's eye, it looks weird, it looks bug-eyed. It's just one of those natural facial recognition things. So you want to kind of cut off the top and leave the bottom curvature slightly exposed. It's very, very tricky to do. So I'm going to say this. You never have to paint eyes if you don't want to. If you don't enjoy doing it, if you don't like looking at them, if you don't want to, just don't do it. Consistency is good across an army in particular. If you want to paint eyes, you're going to have to accept that probably you're going to paint a lot that look like shit. And you're just going to have to keep practicing it. It's one of those things that is only going to come with practice. Now, the advice I can give if you do decide to paint eyes, work from the inside out, not the outside in. Work from the inside out. Which is to say, go in, paint the white of the eye, very, very carefully establish your pupil, and then come back in with the white and clean it up and refine it to precisely what you want it to be, and accept that it's going to be this big white blop on its face for a little while. Then come in with darker colors and shape, once you have the inside done, the whites and the pupil, then come in and establish a dark line, establishing the shape of the eye, and then come back in with your base skin tone and clean up around that and make it look more like a face. Work from the inside out. It is a much, much easier way. In fact, I recommend painting the eyes before you paint most of the face, because then you can clean up the face as you work outward. It seems counterintuitive starting with the eyes. Usually you think I'll paint the face and then the eyes. I'm telling you, try it the other way. I think you'll find it easier. But ultimately, only do it if you want to. Because again, you never have to paint eyes. Nobody's ever going to fucking know. There are armies out there, and I encourage you to go check it out. There are professional painters out there posting huge armies they've posted that never bother painting eyes. If it's across an entire army, you won't even notice, honestly. Yeah, Sumatha, it's a good way to do. In fact, generally speaking, if you're wondering, like, how do I improve my painting? How do I get better detail? How do I do better? Work from the inside out on almost everything. On almost every model. You know, this is one of those things where it's like, once you learn the rule, then you'll know when to break it. Paint the deepest part of the model first, and then work your way to the outer parts. Because if you think about it, if you've ever struggled with it, what's been the hard part? It's reaching past the part you've already painted to the little inner part and trying to do it cleanly without messing up your paint job. Fuck that. Mess up the outside as much as you want. Paint the inside first. Because then as you're painting the outside, there's going to be no risk of messing up the deeper parts. Here we have from Sphere, got some work done and think I'm mostly finished with the skin tones. Started working on other elements now and start to see the model come to life. Around here we call that the threshold, but oh yeah, look at those skin tones. Look at this dirty little Dweghom with his goofy little rifle and his little, I'm gonna assume that's drugs on his back. It's a drug pipe. No, I don't have that button set up right now, Sumatha. I would do it. You know what? You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this because I feel like it, because it's my stream, damn it. Alright, let's go back. I really love the face on this guy in particular. This is a well-sculpted figure with a lot of detail. I'm only now noticing the parts you haven't painted, the big, like, mechanical-looking leg sphere. Those are going to be interesting. You've done so much cool non-metallic metal work lately, and we can see some of it starting to come together in this plate on his head. Very interesting. This is a good start, Sphere. I can't wait to see where this guy goes. These Dweghom minis are very... I like the little axe blade on the front of his gun. This makes me think of, what's his name, Mac from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with his, like, shotgun axe, right? And those skin tones are fucking phenomenal, and I love the way you've worked in, like, a little bit of purple and red, that little bit of lividity. It's that lividity that makes skin feel alive. I can't wait to see what you do with, like, the fire effects and all the metal on this guy. Severe. Fantastic work, and I can't wait to see more. Here we have from Sumatha. Okay, so I picked one additional thing along with those 3 pre-ordered ships from Eagle Moss. Didn't expect it to show up before everything else, since it was all in one order. I know that feel. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I have another Theist Priest. I didn't mean to have another Theist Priest. It's a long story how it happened. And it was like, I could send it back and get like the $20 that this cost me, but it's a little bit of a pain in the ass and I'm incredibly lazy. Yeah, it's a long story. I will just give this guy away on an upcoming stream. I'll announce when we're going to do it. But if you guys have been watching me paint this Theist Priest model and you think it's pretty cool, I'm going to give one of these away on a future stream. So stay tuned. We're not sponsored or anything, I just have it, and I'm going to give it away. I think we're going to do that, honestly, like, with a couple of models that I just have and I don't really feel like selling. I've got some Star Wars Legion new in box figures, I've got some Snowtroopers, I've got a Saber Tank for the Clone Army, and I have some MCP figures. I think we're just going to go down the list of these figures that I'd really like to put in the hands of some enthusiastic hobbyists, and we'll just do, like, some subscriber giveaways. So, you play MCP, you play Legion, you want to pick up some figures for Conquest, you know, stay tuned, stick around. Here we have, from Sumatha, the thing that I already read, and that reminded me of the other thing that I wanted to say. Picked up this Colonial Seal plaque from Battlestar Galactica, heavier than I expected, but nothing too crazy. Looks great on the wall. Oh, that's nice. Oh, damn, that is nice. That looks high quality. What's it made of? Because when I look at it, like, I would assume that this was, like, vacuum-formed plastic and would be fairly light. But you say it's heavier than you expected, that makes me wonder how it's made. Unobtainium. Well, yeah, we've come full circle, haven't we? Of course it's unobtainium. It's like a solid chunk of plastic. Wow, I really expected it to be hollow, like vacuum formed. But it's cast, eh? Very interesting. Lovely. Simple. Elegant. Delightful. Oh, Battlestar Galactica. You came out of nowhere. You were the sci-fi show we didn't know we wanted as badly as we did. And then you got stupid, and by the end nobody wanted to watch you. But, you know, we had a good run. We had a good run up till season 3, didn't we? Lovely. Heavy enough I thought it was going to be hollow metal when I picked up the... Oh, shit. Interesting. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Something for the Halloween month I need to find a home for. Oh, Elvira. Lovely. What's her real name? It's Cassandra something. Isn't it? I'm trying to think. I've met her twice. I should know the actress's real name. But I just always think Elvira because that became her persona so thoroughly and for so long. The skin tones on this are subtle. Your painting style is always so interesting. Cassandra Peterson, thank you guys so much. I'm going to deliver a little bit of critique, Zombie Brush. I'm going to give you just a little bit. I'm going to give it to you because I know you can handle it. The eyes. The lips are fantastic. The skin tone overall is great. I really like the soft work that's been done on the hair. The eyes are a little flat. They're a little dead. They want a little bit of variation in the color around them. Maybe a little bit of tightness in the shaping. Maybe a little bit of a heavier outline around them. I'm not entirely sure what. But I'm going to say the eyes just feel a little dead. That's my only critique. Now, on the other hand, maybe that's the point. He is Zombie Brush Studios, after all. But that little splash of red right in the middle of this is so damned effective. So damned effective. Lovely. Lovely work, Zombie Brush. And thank you for posting. I cannot wait to see what you wind up doing with Zombie Brush. Is going to be the next trench foot that we're likely to see. He got the files yesterday. Here we have from Roland our second post working on I can never remember the name of Clan Max. God damn it. It's a gooblobble gabibble bopple thing with the gun arm. That's the one. It's totally what it is. Yeah. Oh god. Grendel. Okay, I knew it was a G something and I couldn't quite place it. That here, Fly. You've left me alone the whole stream. Just leave me alone a little bit longer, for God's sake. With the whoosh box and the bing bang boom arm. The big bada boom, as it were. Digging the ELH colors. I'm digging them, Roland. This is going to be a good looking for. How many have you gotten done in the ELH colors so far? You've been painting a lot more lately. Really gonna fly right up in my face? You know what? I'm not gonna lose my cool. I'm not gonna lose my cool. A fly just flew right up in my face and buzzed in my eye, and I'm not gonna freak out. Do you see how much I've grown? Do you see how much I've grown, Chad? I continue to wonder about what you're gonna do for basing on these, Roland. I continue to wonder. And I'll be very, very curious to find out. I think they're gonna be a good looking force altogether. Here we have from White Wolf. Hubby finished building Ultimate Son Gohan. Build was 99% by him. I did the stickers by request. Trimmed half a dozen nub marks. He wasn't comfortable going in after on tight areas. That takes practice. Hasty posing is by me. May not have the right things on the action base. Simply due to me grabbing one I had already built up. Odds are we'll get a clear one for him. As a reminder, this was his very first kit. Also playfully saying that he already opened the box for his Master Grade Astray Red frame. Kind of playfully pushed my roll of masking tape at me with puppy eyes. I think he wants me to label his runners so we can find out which one's which, since we don't have any extra runner holders, which is admittedly a very cool accessory. That's a pretty cool figure. Interestingly built, too. I don't think I've seen one of these DBZ figures, but I guess just Dragon Ball Z, I can never differentiate. Like, Dragon Ball's the older show. So I guess Gohan wouldn't have been in that because that was Goku when he was younger. So it would be Z that had Gohan as an adult. I'm no expert. But I like the clear plastic. I'm going to say Kamehameha Wave, right? I remember that. That's on the show. Yeah, absolutely. I like the way they've done the articulation on the fabric, considering it's all hard plastic. That's a really neat... This is a very effective build. I'm not noticing any build problems with it. For a first build, it's a relatively complex kit, and I think it came together nicely. Very well done. That's going to be a good display piece. This just in, Fox Edition, Master Grade Strike... Hang on now, hold on. Hold on now, White Wolf. Rouge. Right? Master Grade Strike Rouge, haven't we been over this? Because you wrote Rogue. Autumn Foliage Flocking, that's a good choice. I like that. You can say typo all you want. You wrote Rogue after giving people shit for mispronouncing the right word. Shame on you, sir. Tisk tisk, I say to the... Ooh, a nice build, though. I can see why rouge. It is indeed very rouge, is it not? Very, very flushed. Even the white is a little pinkish. Either the white is pinkish, or I'm just seeing pink because the white is all next to pink. Maybe you can confirm that for me. Is the white a little pinkish? Is it a little flushed? A little rouge itself? It's a light peachy pink. Aha, I'm not going crazy. That's fantastic. And the little bits of the cooler colored gray kind of break it up. It's a neat kit. And a very smooth build. Very nice work, White Wolf, and thank you for sharing all of your build work with us today. Almost look like the white is being reflected. Yeah, it's a little like, yeah, look at it for a minute to really get it. It's only because this over here is actually white that I even picked up on it. I'm like, wait a second, that's not white. What the what? Here we have from Sam Mini, advance of today's stream, little non-metallic metal started. Oh, look at that sword. This is a good example of what I was saying earlier. We have some warm tones down here towards the tip of the sword and on the bottom edge. And then we have cool tones on the top edge of the sword and more as you move up towards the top of the blade. Which, in what your brain says to you when you see that, and go look at work by like Boris Vallejo, Julie Bell. Go look at their artwork when they do their extreme chrome non-metallic metals, because what your brain says when it sees that is, oh, that's a reflection of the ground because the ground is warm. And then you see the upper part and you go, that's a reflection of the sky because the sky is blue. It's generally going to be cool colors. So when you see warm down, cool up, your brain goes reflective. So much of mini painting is fooling your brain. And let me tell you, Sam Mini, I'm feeling pretty fooled right now. Damn. Man, I got a lot of growing to do. I got a lot of growing to do as an artist, folks. And Sam Mini's just coming in to remind me of that. This is fantastic. I'm so glad that you want to share these with us, because these are really fantastic, fan-fucking-tastic paint jobs that give me a lot to work with when it comes to kind of explaining my understanding of the theory of mini painting, because I feel like my actual work doesn't always or even just rarely lives up to it. Lovely. Lovely, Sam Mini, and thank you for sharing both of those with us today. Here we have from Kursala, always in need of more hills. I grabbed the sample pack from Steel Warrior Studios and got to work. I'm planning on using all of these to test out the new Rainy River design stains, since I recently grabbed some new pigments and mediums, so we'll see what happens in a few days. I'm excited to find out myself. Side note, these are all constructed from the two THS sample hills, Thunderhead Studio, oh, that's me, and the two spackled ones were misprints from a clog. The big ones are just samples layered on top of each other in Cura. Oh, yeah, that worked out nicely. Hey, that's some good work you did there, Kursala. And, you know, this is... I've always been very insistent with Alex at Steel Warrior about our free file packs. Because I only started selling files at the encouragement of others, and I only continue doing it because it provides me with the justification I need to continue making them. But I've always been adamant that I want to provide a certain amount of just service to the community, and I maintain and have for a while that our free file packs are enough to build a table with. If you have a little bit of ingenuity, even if you're not combining the files themselves, even if you're just printing and painting them, there's enough there that you don't have to spend a penny. You can just download our sample pack and you can build a full table of decent-looking BattleTech terrain, and with 3 dimensions, utilizing all the standard features of Hextech that we've developed. And honestly, it makes me happy to see people using the sample packs. I love when I see someone who's like, I just started doing this table, and they've got a couple buildings from Thingiverse, maybe something from Raining Fire, and then our sample pack. I'm like, you know what? That's fucking awesome. That's always exciting. He's looking pretty good, though, Kursala. I'm very curious to see how these stains come out. I'm very, very curious to see how those come out. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Oh, this is exciting. We've been talking a lot about the trench foot lately. We're going to need a name for... Actually, I think we came up with a name. What was it? Was it Kentaros? It was the Byzantine word for Centurion. It's very, very clever, I know. Work in progress. I think I settled on a good design for the legs. This is likely going to be our next entry in the D-Scene mech line, and I'm excited to work on this one. Hold on, the fly is in a vulnerable spot. What's up, little guy? How you doing? I'm your friend, don't worry. You just stay right there. Just stay right there. Oh, I almost got him, too. I almost got him. White Wolf, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Sleep well. Reminds me of Bebop from TMNT. I can see that a little bit. I like it. I particularly like the gun arm, the way that it's arranged. It looks kind of like a rifle while still being integrated right into the arm. I like the big, bulky left arm with the extra shielding on it. The sort of layered plating, very reminiscent of Roman armor, like a Lorica segmentata. This is kind of reminiscent of like a Manica segmentata. The big shoulder plate on the right arm, and of course the classic crest here. I like these mandibles. I don't think these were on the last version that he showed me. These kind of mandible, like cheek plates, like you would see on a not a hoplite, not a Legionnaire. Why did I just forget what Roman infantry were called? I guess just Legionnaire, yeah. I was thinking Centurion, but yeah, Centurion was a rank. Legionnaires is more of a general description of the soldiery. But yeah, I like a Legionnaire's helm. I like the little extra tubing. I really love how Project Dark Fox has adapted and embraced all of these Kunio Okawara style design features. Very nicely done. A hoplite would be Greek. I'm pretty sure hoplite is specifically Greek infantry. Plank Walker, always good to see you. Yeah, the external LRM. This is I keep encouraging him to include these Kunio Okawara Dugram Gundam style weapon pods because I love this look so much. We're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna keep going until we lose steam, making these more D-Scene Japanese influenced versions of very American mech designs. Oh god, thank you for sharing this with us today, Project Dark Fox. I didn't want to share that one around, even though I've seen a couple of your prototypes for it. Here we have from Mafik, work in progress, or have to point out, WIP progress, work in progress. It's like ATM machine. On the next art project, which is trying to make a Playboy thing. Oh no, we're going full lewd. Oh, this is a dark path. This is a dark path, Mafik. Be careful as you tread it. The internet is a scary place for lewds. Ooh. So, time stop. I do need to release the quads from Dugram. Specifically the Goliath and the Scorpion, but they're not going to change relative to their original Unseen design. If there are other quads you'd like to see, please feel free to suggest them. Look at all that. Look at all them art supplies. It's just amazing to me. Like, I put so much effort into all my stupid fucking supplies and doing all this crap, and someone's able to sit down with a bucket of pencils and create the kind of art that Mafik does. My jealousy knows no bounds. Looking pretty damn good there, Mafik. Was that a couch that's making my brain feel funny? In the back, I mean, there is a couch back there, yeah, certainly. Oh, here we have up next from Gear Falcon, another work in progress. Black Templar Initiate went from a true black and fading in a blue-gray. Ooh, I'm liking that. Yeah, I think the blue tones are a good choice, particularly considering the Black Templars tend to have these tabards on them, and that warm linen color contrasts well against the blue-gray. I'm liking the gold on the chest there. That's looking very, very clean. So, you were asking questions about this before. The edge highlighting in blue is very, very popular. I've done it myself a few times. I can show you some minis that I did it on. I did it on some Brotherhood of Nod troopers that I kit bashed. It does look good. It's kind of overdone, and that's why I'm really glad to see you moving in this direction away from edge highlighting and more towards true volumetric highlighting. This is looking pretty good. And I hope that what I told you was helpful, Gear Falcon, in that, and this is a good way to kind of cheat. If your problem when you're painting, and this is a problem for a lot of people, so don't feel weird, is you look at it and you go, but I don't know where to highlight. I'm not sure where my highlight should go when I'm painting my model. An easy cheat, honestly, is to take your mini, position it with a light source, arbitrarily. Pick a direction for the light to come from that you like the look of. And then take a picture. Maybe move it 180 degrees, take another picture. And then refer to that picture as you paint. And you see the parts of the model where the light's shining on? Put your highlights there. It's so easy to do. and the funny thing is, once you've done that enough times, you'll stop having to do it. Once you've done that, like you'll hit a point where you're like, oh no, I just see where it should go. And you'll have your volumetric highlighting down pat. I think a couple of edge highlights are definitely going to help you on this one. I can definitely see you've already started to do it like along the bottom edge of the eye here. This is looking great though. And like you can see, the upper part of the gorget, which would face the light source, has been highlighted. The lower part is in deep shadow. Same thing for the chest. We've highlighted the pectorals and the ribs are more in shadow. Pick up a little bit here on the edges of the vents. This is going to look great. This is going to look great, Gear Falcon. Really like your work on the leather belts. Very effective. I am looking forward to seeing more of these. Black Templars are among my favorite of the Space Marine chapters. Black Templars, if I'm not mistaken, they are a successor chapter to the Imperial Fists. And they're kind of how, like, when I got into 40k, I think the first force I ever played, it was either Tau or Iron Warriors. I think it might have been Iron Warriors because they weren't mine, and then the first force I owned were Tau. Because I bought them off of somebody who was trying to get rid of them. And then when I got into Space Marines, I did Black Templars, and then I did Imperial Fists, and I fell in love with the Imperial Fist paint scheme, but Black Templars will always hold a special place in my heart. Here we have from SP Firestarter, mech bays go brrr, and then on the main body too. Let's take a look. Ooh, look at those Borealis mech bays. Those are looking nice. I can hear them clicking now. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Black Templars. Fuck the Codex and fuck you. Even back in the day, that was their flavor. The Black Templars were like, you're only allowed to have 1,000 Space Marines in your chapter. That's the rule. And so the Black Templars found Crusades, and the Crusades are able to make more Space Marines. So technically, the leadership of the Black Templars, when they ask, do you have 1,000 Space Marines in your chapter? They can go, I don't know, probably. Because they have these Crusades out among the stars, founding their own groups of Space Marine. There are probably several thousand Black Templars. I've always liked little bits of lore like that in the 40k universe. Look at that Borealis. The spooky Halloween Borealis. I'm really liking the look of it. The use of the orange as that edge highlight is bold. This is really cool. This is really, really cool work. There are not enough finished painted Borealis dropships in the world. I'm probably going to do a Borealis Mark II before I finish painting my own. God, what is wrong with me? Based off a ship and an audiobook you finished recently. Good choice of inspirations. I'm really digging it. I think it's the 3-color combo. It's the kind of cool gray, the hot orange on the edges, and then that nice dark black. Very nice work, SP Firestarter, and thank you for sharing that work with us today. Yeah, I'm curious what book as well, Riot Sister. Here we have from Manro Fasal, looking for feedback on how to make the blue paint look like it was painted quickly in between battles without it looking like I'm just a shit painter. Ooh, Manro, that's tough. That's tough. Many of the things that would make it look like it was slapped on quickly would just make it look like it was actually slapped on quickly. Yeah, the Tech Marine. Riot Sister. You are... That's a hell of an ask and an interesting question. Shit. You know, when people ask me questions, even if I don't know exactly what the answer is, I can usually bullshit something to get them moving in the right direction. And I'm feeling pretty stumped right now. Maybe you could sponge it on. Maybe if you painted it kind of a rusty color overall, and then sponge stippled the blue in over top of that kind of rusty base metal. Maybe. I don't know. That's something I would have to practice on a few... okay. The best advice I can give. The best advice I can give, not really knowing exactly how to approach that project, saying that I like the idea, Manro Fasal. It's very difficult to suggest things like that. With your painting style, you're definitely going to have to be creative. Test it. Just get yourself a couple pieces of blank styrene and come up with 3 to 4 vague ideas that might work, and just try each one on a different piece. Line them up and see which one you like. This is the best advice I can give, honestly. Base coat with a rusty color, mix the blue with some crackles, sponge on a bit of primer color, and it could work, yeah, if you mixed it with a crackle medium. That's not a terrible idea. That could work. That's going to be tricky. I'd say take all these ideas and test them on scrap and see what you like the best. That's going to be my advice. I love the idea. I love the sort of suggested story that comes along with painting methods and techniques like that. So, Manro, whatever you decide and whatever testing you do, please share with us, because I want to see. There is no right answer, SP Firestarter, but the one that works. Vergatarung got this sunrise. Ooh, that's lovely. Hey, look, people flying through the air. How unnatural. How perverse. I'm jealous of everyone who is getting, like, normal sunrises and sunsets right now, because while I can occasionally see the mountains, we're still getting the goddamn blood-red sky. All the smoke in the country settled on top of us, and it still hasn't fully cleared. I'm glad that was helpful, Manro Fasal, because that's, like I said, usually I'm able to bullshit something helpful to move in the right direction, and that was one of the first questions I've gotten where I was like, shit, what would I do? How would I even start to approach that? I'm very, very curious to find out what you wind up doing, because again, I love that idea. Lovely. Lovely, Vergatarung. And thank you for sharing the start of your day with us. Here we have from Phaedros, ooh, a little composite image of some Crimson Fists. Classic Space Marines. I say classic, these are really like second-generation designs, but in my opinion, among the best. Look at that. Look at the beaky Corvus. Oh, isn't he adorable? I wish we had more beaky helms. I really do. People give the beaky helm shit, but I'm telling you, go look at old, like, Houndskull or Pigface bassinets from medieval Europe. That's what they're based on. And it actually makes good sense as a tactical helmet. The beakies do. If you think about it, it's angled armor. If gunfire were coming at your face, it would deflect off the side and away from your face rather than smack it into a grill or your dumb forehead. Not that, I mean, no. I realize as I say this that I'm always the guy who's like, realism is the worst argument. Well, quit using my words against me. That's what I had to say. Now, this is an interesting effect you've got here on the sword. It almost looks like kind of hammered iron. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I have to say I like it. If you could replicate this, I'd love to see that on more weapons. Makes it look rough, well used. The Crimson Fists are always a great chapter. And keeps plagues out. Yeah, you can stuff it with, when we thought plagues were caused by miasma or bad smells, you could just stuff it full of herbs and flowers and it smells nice and then you won't get sick. Oh, medical science. We still barely grasp you. Nice work on these. I love seeing some classic Space Marines coming together. I really like this old Devastator, because he has his missile launcher, and you can't see it from this angle, but there's this mechanical arm. Well, you can see the arm. There's this mechanical arm here on the side of his backpack, and then on the back of his backpack is a rack of missiles. So it's like he fires the missile, the mechanical arm comes back, it pulls another missile off, it loads it into his launcher, and then he fires again. This is always one of my favorite designs for the Devastators. Very, very cool. Give me that logic with those giant robots and immortal spacemen. Oh, get out of my face, Fly. I have managed to not freak out on you all night. Don't ruin my good name now. Phaedros, those are some cool looking Marines, man. Thank you for sharing them with us. And that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and the end of this Sunday stream. Seems to be effective using straight from the pot GW Metallic over the gesso. Discovered this while being lazy. Some of the best techniques are discovered that way, Phaedros. Those are looking real nice. If you ever want some advice, if you'd like some advice on your Space Marine figures, if you'd like to know where to go with them, I'm always willing to give what I can. So post one up and say, like, what would you do on this? I'll give you the full gamut, happily. Yeah, that bold Pyrol red is, God, Pro Acryl colors are so nice. Here's the thing, SP Firestarter, laziness is the goal. Laziness is the goal. Work smarter, not harder. Figure out the shortcuts. You know what they call a bunch of shortcuts and tricks and cheats that are all learned and applied effectively? You know what they call that? That's skill. That's what that is. So learn them all. Learn them all, use them all. Try all the tools, put them all in your toolbox. Keep the ones that work, throw out the ones that don't. Your toolbox is not going to look like anyone else's, so don't think you have to be like every other painter out there. You'll find what works for you. Let's figure out who we're rating tonight. Why don't I have a fucking... what? Why don't I have Twitch open? What's wrong with me? I usually have a window ready to go. Alright, let's have a look right quick. Wombat Combat is going MCB's playing some New World. Keyline Prime is painting. We got Art Plushie, we got Chaotic Harmony, but he ain't doing no art tonight. Let's have a look at what Wombat Combat is doing. He's been painting for 6 hours? What's wrong with this man? Let me make sure he's still going. Last time we raided, I raided into a fucking... an actively raiding channel and it went all wrong, so I just want to check and be sure that he is actively painting. He is working on some Necrons, doing some metallics and some orange glow effects, so why don't we go over there and say hi. I know a lot of you are probably turning in for the night. It is late. But if you don't mind doing me a favor, stick around for just a few minutes. Wombat Combat is a great dude and a personal friend and a good painter. Stick around for just a minute, go along with the raid, say hi, check out his channel, see if it is your kind of place, and consider dropping him a follow if it seems like it. Follows are free, folks. You have nothing to lose but your dignity. But that's true, like, all the time with basically everything that you do. Wait, is the raid going? Why isn't it showing? Can anyone tell me if the raid started? I'm not showing it for some reason. It stopped? Okay, hang on. Let me fix that. Why would that be? That's weird. There we go. Okay. Here it goes. Sorry about that false start. We have got that going now. Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemex, thank you all for coming out tonight. Had a really great stream. I really enjoyed tonight. We got some good painting done. We had some good conversations, I think. Oh, excellent Storm Report. We had some fucking fantastic submissions that really got me excited. I'm feeling good about painting right now for the first time in like a while. And I'm excited to see what we can do this fall. And guys, if you're interested at all in our Supercell paint-along, please check it out on the Discord. Go to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the Supercell channel, read what it's about, check out the submissions, get your vote in, do your emoji so you can get your notifications, and please join us for that. I want to see what you guys get up to with those models. A huge thank you as always to my amazing mod team and everybody who posted in the Storm Report. We're going to be back the 19th. I'm going to be getting to work on this Battletech Trenchfoot, trying to get one painted. Not going to do anything too complex. We'll make it quick. Thursday, we're going to be painting some more Conquest, and then next Sunday, we'll be back to doing single figure focus. I'll let you know what that's going to be ahead of time. I'm going to go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting, and I'll tell you what to do anytime I want, Robin. Deal with it.